essentially to their opponents. No credit do get eliminated. One of the duos. Kind of bit of a throwback, it feels like, to the early days of ALGS. We were doing like Winter Circuit and stuff like that, where sometimes you'd go into a lobby, there'd be like 16 teams or 15 teams just for whatever reason.
Oh,
obviously, we've come a long way since then.
Don't bring me back to those days.
Yeah.
I mean, at least
got a bit more professionalized.
Yeah, look, at least you know, we know when we get to the regional finals, we'll have a full lobby. The teams that deserve to be there will be there.
No doubt about that. Bangalore ultimate going off in the distance, you can see that. BK Gaming still yet to get a point on the board.
Never mind.
Job isn't super difficult for them in this game. I think they really just need to have sort of a middle of the pack placing. As long as they don't go completely missing, should be making it into the top 20. As we mentioned, the team that they do have to kind of focus on catching, at least for the moment, is Overlook Esports, who are only a few points ahead of them and not playing in this lobby. So you'd have to have a really bad day to at least not be able to overtake them. The other thing is going to be obviously teams below them when they're not there, potentially being able to overtake BK Gaming, and then that's going to add a little bit more spice into the mix, but...
And also because, you know, they should get 3 or 4 free placements from these lower teams that are missing players as well, right? So you've already kind of chucked a couple on the board just by virtue of that.
Oh, JR just got beamed. And XD receiving some of the similar responses, though that extra move speed off the Bangalore passive is helping out. Yeah, there's no way JR was getting out of that one alive, though.
Well, I'm already mad at Tom Young Kung then, because they've just denied us the opportunity to see a level 3 upgrade. You know, get a stat line there from the Fusey.
As always, next game.
He was only like 100 Evo off though. Come on, guys, just let him trade a bit.
Let him cook.
I need the data.
Can't have all the things that we want in life, you know.
So true. So wise.
You tend to
any other words
to realize that. No. I was trying to think really hard of something.
Wow. Brain empty. No, it's just one lone glorious thought that just came to you.
Oh, compound interest. That's all you need to know.
True. Okay. Yep. Hashtag not financial advice, but yeah, no, it's you know.
I mean, if you're 15 years old,
it.
just look at compound interest and salivate.
It's kind of like surely there's an Apex analogy we can make here.
Kind of like when you get blue Evo off of getting free ring scans, and then you fight a guy who has white Evo, and then you beat him, and then you get purple Evo. And then when you've got purple Evo, you run into a guy who's got blue Evo, and then because you're stronger than him already, you get even stronger.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking more like old school, you know, it's like, yeah, you drop pretty much the same thing, but like, you know, say you drop on a purple armor and then you can start bullying people, all of a sudden it just starts snowballing from there, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is kind of the esports word for compound interest, isn't it? It's a snowball.
Snowball, yeah.
I've been using esports terminology with my girlfriend a little bit sometimes when
Really?
we've been like on public transport and we'd be like on a bus that's like running late, and I'd be like, man, this bus driver's W keying a lot. Like, what are you even saying?
Wait, she doesn't know that yet? You guys have been together for ages.
No, she does. But it's like not like instant, like, you know, it's not normally in your vernacular if you're a normal human being.
That's, yeah, unlike us, of course.
Exactly.
Yes.
Anyway, we did get a little bit of an insight there as to the zone pulling. It's going to move in the direction of SWQ, who are out toward the eastern edge of World's Edge. This could be something new. We don't get to see this kind of a zone pull all that often. Boogie Board is on the move as well.
Little fun one. North of Overlook, SWQ. Yeah, they're the kind of guys sitting in God spot right now. Zone's pulling to them, set up with their backs to the mountains. Very good spot. Other teams all kind of moving in a lot, especially from the west. Teams like Kill Devil here. I think they're kind of hoping someone's going to come in from behind them and they can hold the bridge, but I think they're going to be sorely disappointed.
Well, this will be an interesting rotate because there's a lot of teams that you're going to have to fly over right now, but Boogie Borders seem to be doing it relatively unscathed. A little bit worried about Raki, but he's okay.
No, they've landed directly on it.
Never mind. Yeah, that's not looking good at all, is it? That is going to go in the blink of an eye. Panna, there's no chance of even getting that bat off. Rip.
That is the ripping pepperonis for our Boogie Borders there. I mean, they couldn't even move, right? It's like they landed in quicksand basically with a caustic ult on top of them. Oh, that was not fun. And here we go. All right. Slow time is over. Now it is time to kill.
I thought Dreamfire were going to be in a bit more of a difficult spot there, but they actually managed to get the revive and they're going to be okay. Now they can start to put some hurt back in on their opponents, so pick up a couple more pieces of loot here and there. Red dot sight on the vault, love it. Best sight in the game.
You're kidding, right? 2x bruiser any day.
Red dot is the GOAT. You can see everything. The more you can see, the better.
You can see my further with the 2x though, mate. Like,
you just enhance your eyes. Anyway, how about this one? That's a pretty good scope too.
yeah, I wish it had thread on it though. Like, you know,
Especially in this meta.
It'd be too OP with it, but it's like why they've just removed the Digi from the wingman. It'd be too good, but I still want it.
Well, AGL probably don't want what is happening to them right now because they are getting bullied. They are getting isolated. Just feels like a bunch of individual fights that they're taking and getting picked off. One of them will make it out, or maybe not. I was wrong. That'll be AGL eliminated. We're starting to see that kill feed light up a little bit now as we get deeper into the game.
None of these teams are in there. That's the thing, right? It's still pretty much only SWQ in the zone. Maybe when things cool down just a little bit, we can have a look at the map overhead. But I can tell you, a spot like this from Tongyang is fantastic because they've got so much vision down on people below them. You can see that's why they're really just starting to dish out the damage. But with 30 seconds left, they have to start thinking about the next rotation now. Other teams are evacing in. They're taking the kind of the easy way, if you will, and I think for Tongyang, it's going to be more so about walking it in and just trying to bully their way past a few of these teams.
Yeah, they're doing just that at the moment, actually. They've got themselves a knock or two on the way down. We'll go back over to MXF, who in a pretty pitched battle at this point in time, and they've been rocked up on by another team as well. Kraber shot will not connect. It's MXF down. Holy cow, look at the kill feed. It's just going crazy. 7 squads left alive. There's 6 now. Oh my word, it just doesn't stop.
Yeah, that was just one of those circles, huh? I mean, as I said, no one was inside the circle. Like, that's what is gonna happen. And it's still not over just yet. Kill Devil actually looking to finish off Tongyang, and they do. Heroes been playing a little safer from the bottom side here, trying to use the knockdown shield of Kissan's to deal with Kill Devil. It's a 2v2 on that side. Monton Dumpling, surely at some point they just go ham and push one of these two teams. At this point, SWQ are kind of just sitting there scratching their heads being like, I mean, thanks for the win, guys, but like, why are none of you in here inside the circle with us?
SWQ are being chilling. There is no two ways about it.
Look at that.
They haven't had to do too much. I mean, look at all those Watson fences too. They're not having to do anything. Donut's kind of pushed forward. To his credit, taking a bit of space. 2-1 split from SWQ is not under pressure at all. Kill Devil down. So they get themselves caught in a big crossfire.
Okay, so now we've got 3 teams fighting their way into the zone. Wonton Dumpling, Heroes, and MDY White. And then it's SWQ just holding them all out. 3 shots left there. The Jackie Chan on the Kraber. SWQ trying to angle these other teams out. Donut actually playing quite split from his teams right now, just trying to put pressure and force the other teams into each other rather than, you know, risking their god spot.
Well, SWQ actually need to be a bit careful here that they don't get collapsed upon from multiple directions. You can see the forces are pushing in their direction from sort of both sides of the zone. And wisely, they've grouped back up again. I was going to say Donut needs to be very careful not to get knocked as the isolated player, the one in the split of the 1-2. And has done a pretty good job of that. So we're back to sort of a 3-cell, 3-0 setup, I guess if that's the way you want to call it, for an SWQ roster. And they have done a good job of, here we go indeed, forcing those teams to fight one another. This will be the easiest win probably SWQ is going to get all season long.
I mean, maybe MDY White. I thought they were actually waiting this out really well, and they had the drone in a good spot. The EMP was just ready to pop it, but no, they take a little bit too much damage on the back there. And yeah, you're right, SWQ pop off.
Yeah, not too much to really say about that one, unfortunately, for SWQ. Have to have a look and see how many kills they ended up getting. Quickly touch on it in-game if I can find them. 7. They got 7 kills out of that, so not a bad shout, actually, at the end of the day. You know, they managed to at least find some ways to have an impact on that game. Probably more so toward the late end than anything else. But look, you know, you can look at that and say, well, that was an easy game for them. They didn't have to do anything. They just got fed. But reality is, like, you know, when you do get fed, you still have to convert that as a game that, you know, you still have to play it out, right? You have to make sure you don't screw it up. And they did a good job of that. They did play the way they needed to play to win that game. And, you know, you can only make do with what you've got. When you get lemons, you make lemonade, and well, I guess they got better than lemons in this case. I don't know what the alternative would be in that conversation.
We love a bit of lemon action, that's right, Bina. But yeah, you know, SWQ sitting about 18th on our overall leaderboard, Elfish. So, you know, they want to make sure that they are still above that top 20, as we have quite a few teams, like we're talking BK Gaming, needing to come up to that top 20th spot, so they need to be careful, and they can't sit idly by. So that is quite a juicy win from SWQ. I guess, you know, What's on Dumpling as well can taste, you know, the lead. They're only 14 points behind on like the overall leaderboard with the split points, so you're not going to see them slowing down at all. They obviously didn't take out the victory, but they're still going to be placing in those top couple of teams. I think it was a little bit of a shame. Boogie Borders seem to be getting knocked out quite early, but I guess that traditionally happens when zone pulls away from them. Usually they'll get like a Mirage Etoile sort of zone pull, and you'll see them do exceptional, even take the win there. But they got a little bit tricky for them there, making that far rotate.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. The rotate that they had to make was a pretty cursed one. They were sort of down on the low ground, which first of all is a bit of a problem because rotating uphill is going to be more difficult. Plus then you're trying to fly through the air, which means you're not getting as much distance from the height that you've essentially got from that. It means you can't go as far. And obviously where they ended up landing. I mean, you don't have the ability really to scout where you're going either. You know, when you're on the low ground, you kind of just have to fly and hope that you're going to end up landing somewhere. But with no information, you end up landing on top of a caustic barrel or some caustic gas. It's like, well, that's GG. So yeah, pretty cursed rotate for them. Unfortunately, not much they can do about it. I'm not too concerned about it. See how they go in the next couple of games. There's SWQ right up to the top, 22 points on their first game. So very happy with that one. And you know, it's filtering down. MDY White, still pretty close by, but bit of a drop-off beyond there.
Yeah, and, you know, Kill Devil, right on the bottom of our leaderboard overall. Being in the top 4, we don't really get to see too much from them, but having like a nice little start, you know, not anywhere with you know, first or second place, but it is something. It's putting them on the board a little bit. It might not, you know, they're going to have to do this every single game to even remotely get close to the top 20 squads that they need to make to regional finals. So if they can keep this momentum and do a little bit better, we might even see them, you know, get close to that. But again, only time will tell there. Dreamfire coming in about 7th. They're still sitting pretty on our overall leaderboard as well. You know, we've talked about them before. They had quite a rough start to the start of our split, but somehow flipped the switch and managed to turn it around. So, you know, they were in a bit of a pickle at the start of that match, Elfish, but they managed to get a full reset, but didn't really, I guess, maximize from there.
Yeah. End of the day, not a huge concern. It is only game 1. We've got plenty of time still left in this lobby to make some magic happen. And 5 games to go for the evening. We'll crack on into them. I guess we'll keep on rolling.
Exactly right. So we're going to take ourselves a short break. As you said, that was only game number 1, and we'll see you back for match number 2.
Look, I mean, this has been the most competitive year of Apex. Who is going to be the team to challenge the titans of TSM?
From legacy to a dynasty, it is now complete for TSM. TSM up in the skies, house look down from the heavens! starting to see a bit of a rivalry develop in Apex Legends. As these trophies just keep going back and forth. Dark Zero, TSM, it's always one of those two teams. Unbelievable final we've had here today.
4-by-4 and eliminating TSM as the first team to go in the lobby forward.
Optic Gaming might be about to break records. Dropped. Tries to move in and clean up the pieces. Optic will fall.
TSM are your Game 6 champions.
And TSM. This is going to be SAF versus TSM in the final fight. A chance for Legacy to become a dynasty with a hostile takeover. TSM are your champions.
Do you fear me, pilot? I don't fear anything. Can you say the same?
Ignite is going to do it. They are your champions. Dark Zero is going to be your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series.
And welcome back, everyone. You just witnessed a win from SWQ here in Apex South. We are here with groups B versus C, where the stakes are big, but my eyelashes are bigger. Our teams have so much on the line at the moment. The chance at regionals and, of course, the epic prize pool as we come into our second match. We saw no one landed Lava Siphon, Elfish. I believe No Credit, who are our duo, were attempting to take Landslide, but were pushed out by SWQ. I wonder if teams have picked up on this and we might see a random contest at Lava Siphon.
I'm kind of hoping so. I'm kind of hoping a few teams have picked up on that and thought, well, that's actually not a bad shout. We might head in that direction. You'd think No Credit might go back, and then one or two other teams might look at that and think, well, we could sneak in there potentially. It's a pretty good POI. So I'm kind of hoping, I've got my fingers crossed that like 2 or 3 teams have the same idea, and funnily enough, we'll end up actually getting a contest where it was completely left open in the last game. I think that would be quite fun. What I will say as well is I don't mind big stakes. I think that should probably be in the long shot budget. Maybe at the end of the season, we go out for a big steak dinner. That sounds good. So I'll see if Genome can rustle that up for us.
That's it. Yes, please and thank you. But yeah, we want to see if sort of some teams will go to Lava Siphon. We want some action early on. I felt like it was a little bit slow of a start in that match there, sort of just picking up midway through. Right at the end, we obviously seen, I don't know if it was like 5 or 6 teams drop out at that final zone when rotating in. It was just a whole screen full of deaths. So, we're going to have to tell where this ring will pull. But yeah, hopefully we can see some more action right at the start.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's going to be hard, though, I guess, with the amount of teams that are sort of playing as a duo or even a solo. Like, just you got to feel bad for... Yeah, DNZ
Yes.
XQ. I'm not sure what's going on there. Why is he playing as a solo today? Either way, obviously he's got to figure things out as a solo. Best case scenario, maybe he's going to be able to rat a couple of points out. But yeah, rough spot to be in. And I was like, I kind of had, because we get to watching the game as well. So
Yeah.
I'm watching in the POV. And I'm just seeing how he's playing the game. It's just rough, man.
All right,
Like,
well,
it's so rough.
I'll cut you off there. Let's see if our dreams come true, Elfish, and see if someone is contesting. We're going to take it away to match number 2 here on World's Edge. Hopefully, you can see what happens at Lava Siphon.
Well, I can tell you that we are going to be gifted a contest, at least somewhat.
Let's go.
We've got MDY and No Credit both in Lava Siphon at the moment. Though they haven't actually started firing at each other yet, but something to keep an eye on. It looks like it might not end up being a whole lot, actually. But there's 2 teams in Lava Siphon at least, so I guess you could say it's a contest, kind of.
Yeah, nah, looks like they're just going to dip and run. I mean, we used to see this at Lava Siphon occasionally, where a team would just take the northern side of the loot, and then they'd sort of go up towards the top towards Budget Siphon and just sort of head out that way. So it feels like that's what No Credit is going for. We actually have, I think Fussy is currently chasing DNZ's solo character, because Fussy, as the Bloodhound, landed on the survey beacon at Lava Fissure and then scanned that there was this random solo just out in the middle of nowhere. You can see the firing happening over there. And there we go. The last bullet in the Rampage clip will take out our poor solo there, XQ from DNZ.
Yeah, it's very sad. I mean, that's exactly where he dropped in the last game as well, and he was kind of just waiting up there until Boogie Borders moved out of Lava Fissure, and then he came through and sort of hoovered up the excess loot. But he doesn't even get that chance this time, and that's exactly what I was saying to Lace there in the pre-match. Watching XQ play out that game, the last game there as the solo, it was incredibly painful. You know, it was like, this poor guy just, like, you can't do anything. You really can't do anything for the whole game. But anyway, looks like we're going to be heading out east once again. This time just not quite as far north, but out toward Overlook. It's been a little while since I got to pass an Overlook circle, so I'm looking forward to that. I just find the Overlook circles are very fun to end.
I agree,
There's a lot of like verticality going on there, and you know, there's some fun stuff.
Especially, yeah, if the silos are in towards the end. I agree. It can be quite fun. And yeah, it's like it's pulling way past the edge of Overlook, which means that I think that's actually quite likely that it continues to pull hard and gives us a big chance of grabbing one of those. Maybe even one of the ones that ends around outside the loot vault as well. Which Full Engage are also sitting there as.
We've got the fuse again here for X and Y, so not a mispick, I guess. Unless they decided to mispick it twice, but
Doubt.
yeah, giving it a crack.
All right, come on, get to purple this time. You got one job.
Well, still a bit of a ways to go in that department. But we'll keep an eye on it.
There's a few. There is a few Evo Harvesters in between
they got a
them
Volkey.
and the zone. Yeah, and a Volkey as well. Yeah, there you go.
Are they going to be able to use it, though? Yeah, maybe. I mean, if they rotate up through Geyser.
I mean, there's even still time to go back down towards stacks, actually, and it looks like that's what they might do. So, yeah, X and Y potentially going to grab that early upgrade. MDY actually seeing a bit of crypto in this lobby, which is kind of fun. I think this is Full Engage. No, SWQ and MXF. Okay, going into it here over in the loot tournament.
Yeah, this isn't really popping off all that much. Bit of fire back and forth inside of that smoke. Got to be aware of MDY pushing on the back side of this, though. SWQ about to have a rude awakening. Hyun picking the first one up, and there's nowhere for SWQ to go. The nades are going to land right on top of them as well. Oh, this is going to be bad indeed. MDY Black it is. Who have decided to push into the tunnel now as well. So they're just really getting in the mix, aren't they? They don't want just one team. They don't want SWQ. They want SWQ and MXF, and it looks like they're going to get that.
Oh, I mean, you know, WJX there actually managed to grab an extra kill onto SWQ in the middle. He was on 1 HP, but just clutched that out with the Prowler. He's trying to slow them down with some caustic barrels on the backside, but no. Morgenstern finishes the job, and they take over this very important tunnel position.
I'm going to say it is ALGS down. No doubt about it. No doubt in my mind. High stars. Love to see it. Either way, MDY White, maybe not quite following in the same suit as the sister team MDY Black, have been eliminated in 17th place for this game. So we are seeing quite a bit more shenanigans at the start of this lobby than the previous. Two teams running into one another in that tunnel and on their rotations. It's providing a little bit more entertainment early on in the piece.
Woof. Okay. Nice little floody spray there for Unix. Gets the tack as well to keep the pressure up. T4 don't manage to grab the other two. That's Nosang and Sato from outside. Looks like they have made it out. And they'll be safe for now because DF are pushing in.
Yep. It's unfortunately kind of gone a little bit wrong for T4 there. Losing RXMs. Dreamfire take the building, but still have a fair ways to go. And they're aware of that as well. Dreamfire know that this is kind of only a staging ground for their next rotation in towards presumably Overlook, is where this circle will continue to push. We'll get that information in just a second as the next ring will be available to scan.
Goes a bit north actually, so could be Overlook, won't be the silos really. Could actually be quite similar to our previous circle.
Oh.
But SWQ
Yeah, close enough.
not there to post up this time.
Actually, it'll be great news for those teams coming in from the north. AGL. Very pleased to see that. Although they don't have the information on that yet. Bit of a better game so far for no credit, though they still haven't been able to get any points on the board, and sitting at white armor. It's got to leave a little bit to be desired. There's the zone for those of you watching along. So we thought maybe it would pull out over Overlook. Kind of hoped actually that would be the case. Wasn't. In the end.
Oh, can't favor everyone. Oh, we've got a lifeline!
Yep.
Final start! Let's go! Seno actually pulling out the sticks for lifeline this time. Oh gosh, I hope we see the care package upgrade. Surely that's what you go for. Actually, they're currently being sent by AGL.
They've got bigger things to worry about than what upgrades they're going to be picking. That is for sure. Slowed down for a second, then trying to get some meds off, trying to get some shields off, really. AGL really want to take this fight by the looks of things, and Seno, oh no. Just gets caught out in no man's land. That's already a good start for AGL. We might not get into a position where that lifeline is really going to get to play too much of this game, because it's not looking very good for final start at all. AGL are doing a great job of bullying this. Jackie up on the high ground as well. Has got great information. There's no push actually headed in this direction. And AGL more than happy to continue to bully final start from that high ground. But they're not going to over-aggress.
No, he just got straight up cleaned up in the smoke, basically. It was just a blood of the hunt coming out from XX on AGL. Didn't even have a chance to fire back. Quite sad. Every time I want to see a level 3 upgrade, it's Caster Curse time. I don't know what to say.
I wonder how our friend on Fuse is doing. Some white. They're still okay?
They just hit it! They just grabbed the Evo Harvester as we're watching AGL. Well, they looked a little bit better in the fight than they're looking in this rotation here. XX is unfortunately not done quite as well as he was a second ago.
And AGL are going to realize that this actually, unfortunately, is really not a good rotation at all, actually. Because that zone's going to shift away from them. They were banking on it going in further towards Overlook. They didn't actually have the information. They didn't have the ring scan.
I mean, it's not bad. It's okay.
It's not awful, I guess.
Yeah.
You're right. It's not awful, but it definitely isn't what you would hope it would be.
Let's go.
If you didn't have information further on.
Seno's back. Seno's back. And they don't know it yet. None of these other teams know it yet, except for Boogie Borders apparently somehow have this information. But yeah, they're in a killer spot up here, final start. So, you know, Seno is a couple hundred away from grabbing his purple. But yeah, AGL still in some trouble over here. They're actually, oh, this is a fair fight now. It's a 2v2 with full engage.
No credit got picked up on the meanwhile. It's been a rough day for that duo. Rough week, I guess, but it is what it is. And AGL still got some work to be putting in.
Ooh, they found a Moby. Beautiful. Okay, so AGL may be getting the reset. Any Fuse lovers out there just for the update, it is the Knuckle Cluster Speed upgrade that JR has gone for. Just, you know, keeping track of our fun little Season 20 tidbits here. AGL have been pushed. They say, no, we've got to take this fight before they get their third back online. So full engage actually go in, but they're getting grief from afar. VKG do half of the damage there. And essentially, it's just some kills fed over to AGL as a result. Actually, wait, did they actually pick up any of them? Or did they go to... Okay, at least one went to VK Gaming.
Every kill's important right now for VK Gaming. Trying to make it into that top 20. The respawn coming through. Doesn't look like anyone's really going to cause too many problems for AGL here. So, right back to fighting fitness. Purple shields, love it. Purple shields off spawn. Couldn't really ask for much more, could you? Oh, how about that?
How about a beam through smoke?
I'll take it. Good start for Ziki. Straight through the thermite nade, doesn't care. Straight into the caustic barrels.
Oh,
maybe should have cared
God.
a little bit because that has gone pretty horribly wrong.
What was that from
Or
Asia?
Tom Yong Kong. Asia is holding on though.
Just looking for that armor swap. My God, he destroyed with that wingman prowl. Like the 180? Ooh, just turns on a dime and deletes them.
That's actually got the Digi-Shot there, Ewan or MDY. So we'll have a little bit of an advantage in this engagement with all of the smokes up.
1v1. Pulling out, trying to dodge the zone. Goes back in. Oh! Confirms it. That was... I mean, that was so beautiful. Unfortunately...
Can't make it out.
Does to the... I mean, yeah, he got locked in there. That was... There's not... Like, if he had turned his back, MDY Black would probably shot him in the back. Yeah, kind of had to. Similar thing happening to XNY right now, as you can see there on Shambles. Just the Fusey left alive. Oh my God. I was about to say, got one syringe off in time. The next tick of the thermite paid to XNY, and they go out in 12th.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Dream Fire quietly plugging away. 10 points on the board so far for the lobby. 5th overall. Wonton Dumpling not too far behind. Remember, Wonton Dumpling are looking for a 6th or better overall for this lobby to make it into first place for the standings of the season. Although, again, I need to figure out who's got the head-to-head there between Legends and Wonton Dumpling, but it's kind of a moot point, I guess, when we do still have another lobby to play next week.
Ooh, another pullback. Okay, so we're not getting a similar circle. It will be going in towards... Does that mean the tower's in this final circle? I think it might be. Or at least in the 5th circle, I should say. Wow, okay. So Heroes holding one of the caravans right now. They're valked in there. They've got Caustic, they don't have Watson. Obviously, you know, I do harp on this about this a bit, but it's quite important because Watson makes the caravans playable. Caustic, not so much. You stop people getting in there, but you can't stop those nades just ruining your day.
Unix of T4 having a bit of a look around with Beast of the Hunt as it's fading away there. Didn't really spot too much, so on the move. Try to get a central position inside of the zone. Wonton Dumpling, on the other hand, looking for some damage. Outside is going to be eliminated on the kill feed, you can see. 5th place right now overall for the lobby. That would be enough for Wonton Dumpling. Very happy with that. They're looking for more, no doubt. It is still only the 2nd game of the lobby, so no reason to slow down just yet. And here's the next fight that's going to be in front of them. Pete God maybe going to be more than happy to take a little bit of a respite there.
For those keeping track of the perks, Seno has picked the supply drop perk, and he's 87% towards getting his next care package. So I don't think he's dropped it yet. I think he is about to.
They're in a position where they
be?
are definitely going to get it. They're just hiding behind a rock for the moment.
Give me the...
Or they're pushing.
Oh my god, really? At 94%?
Yep, they're actually going to take a fight.
Literally could pick up a wingman in the next, like, 10 minutes. Oh, sorry, 10 seconds.
Well, it is a duo on the other side of that engagement, so
They get it done.
yeah, they're going to be happy with that.
Here
And
it
there's
is.
the care package straight up.
Ah.
Oh, but a third party coming in the other direction. They've got to be a little careful here.
Oh no, Boogie Board is coming in on the backside as well. They're like, oh hey, you just delivered us a Kraber. Thanks, seems good.
Seems good indeed. Seno's desperate to try to pop a bat. Looks like he'll be able to get it off. What's in the care package? I didn't see.
Neither of them have a care package weapon at the moment, so I don't know. Oh, it's a bow.
It's a bow.
Wow, disappointing.
I love the bow.
No wingman, no Kraber, no Eva. That's probably the worst of the 4 choices.
The bow with the 3x. I mean, you love to see it, really.
I mean, if you're up there on the tower right now, it wouldn't be so bad. Okay,
Oh, look at it.
Seno has picked it up.
He's picked it up and he's already popping off. Anyway, they're going to be pushing Selka and Seno through the side of the zone, just following the circle around. Picking up some kills on the way through, or at least attempting to. War Monster Firebird into it as well. Been a little bit of a slower couple of weeks for War Monster Firebird, but here's where things could pick up a little bit. Azu should just be resable, but going to be having to worry about the zone first. So, some fisticuffs. I'm sure he's going to be feeling very
Oh my god.
good after that.
The final circle is finishing right next to the tower, like almost underneath it. So AGL are going to be able to play up there for the longest time. You can see they've got a little intruder below them. That is T4, just a single man left alive on the Bangalore. And then we've got VK Gaming sitting inside their building. Heroes, they've got that RV kind of close to the middle of the zone. Boogie Border's going to have to pull in a little bit later than that. And then we've got War Monster Firebird actually looking to make a play here from the west side.
No one wants to make the first move, but it is VK Gaming at the moment that are sort of doing the most probing. As I say it though, War Monster Firebird on the move as well. They've decided now's the time to cross. EMP's going to go off right underneath the tower. Hero's eliminated in the meanwhile, but lots to be spoken about around this tower. Xiao Kai with the R99. Good tracking. Doesn't quite manage to get the knock initially, but going to try to follow up. Still not having much success. VK Gaming falling. There's so much damage going down, but only now has he been able to find a knock, and I'm just not sure that's going to come through quickly enough. Holding on, the bat is secured.
It's really all up to these core sticks. So there's so many traps, ultimates going off underneath the tower because essentially everyone, apart from AGL, is just fighting for that position underneath. There's traps everywhere. War Monster Firebird. Azu's the only one still left alive. I think he's got the gold knock as well, though, so he may try and get the res off. Con from T4 somehow made his way out of this. It is still okay. And then we've got Boogie Boys, who actually just pulled off a last-minute respawn. Raki coming in.
There's a couple of death boxes over there as well that he can loot, so I'm sure he's going to be able to find himself a decent gun in the mix as well. Like, there's still 3 teams that are fighting. So actually, Boogie Boarders have time to make this reset kind of happen, unless AGL were to try and send them, which they obviously wouldn't.
Yeah, but they've got great sightlines on them, and AGL still have lots of ammo. Actually, that was the one thing I was worried about. You know, they've been up on this tower for a little while. Maybe it's maybe they're running a bit dry, but no, hundreds of bullets ready to just absolutely destroy any teams below. That and the Bangalore ultimate. AGL mopped them
Time to
up.
drop.
Azu is going to get second place, but that's a big win there from AGL.
Yeah, solid stuff from them. 13 kills on that victory. AGL getting the job done ended up being another one in the same vein as SWQ. Pretty straightforward, but you reap what you sow, and they'll be happy with it for sure.
High ground, so important. We've seen that's been the theme essentially for game 1 and game 2 here in our second series legs.
Yeah, huge game from AGL there. You know, they had it a little bit tough for getting a teammate knocked out and then having to respawn right at the other side of Overlook there, and still collecting a couple of kills along the way, and then solidifying that height. It was just like shooting fish in a barrel, Genome. It was insane. They really pulled it together in that entire match.
No, that's such a good point. I'd almost like forgotten that was the same team because they were in such shambles at the start of the game, but then all of a sudden when they get up on that tower, it's at that point they are absolutely killing it. That was a pretty sick little pop off there by ALGS. Unfortunate that he didn't get rewarded, you know, towards the end, but
yeah, he had to make a bit of a tough choice there. It was either running from zone 3, or you know, collect the kill and placement points and risk being eliminated from MDY Black. So, you know, I reckon made a choice, you know, quite well for their team. You know, VK Gaming here, seeing Doug Kai just absolutely like dominate as a solo caustic underneath that height. But, you know, again, it wasn't enough having AGL just watching all of this unfold.
it was, and yeah, I mean, there was kind of never really any doubt maybe if the team had have managed to stay as a trio, but it seemed almost impossible with the amount of chaos below and the amount of pressure coming from above.
Yeah, and a little bit nicer from Boogie Borders as well, Genome. They had a bit of an easier rotate than game 1. I found themselves sort of camping in the caravan position for a little while there, you know, then getting the respawn on Ruggy. But of course, you know, with AGL on top, that's not enough. Speaking of AGL on top, taking out the first their 14 kill points. And I'm pretty certain they got most of those at the end.
Yeah, definitely a lot coming their way. Warmaster Firebird now up in 3rd place, making that push that we were hoping for in order to make their way to next week, to the regional finals. But there's plenty of other teams in here who would like that berth too. So, you know, T4, Kill Devil, Final Start, VK Gaming, all trying to make that same run and give themselves a chance to make it to LAN.
That's it. We have Warmonster Firebird currently in 20th place with VK Gaming just 1 point behind on the overall series board. So, you know, those two teams are going to be battling it out, but it looks like Warmonster Firebird is doing just a little bit better at this present time. But you know what? VK Gaming can bring it back, but, you know, they've had such a big day today. It is their 8th match of the
where you are.
I gotta admit, I may have tricked you. Whew, glad I got that off my chest.
Tell Death I said hello.
I will, Laura.
And welcome back, everyone, for once again joining us here on the Apex South region. We just saw a huge game from AGL where they were like phoenixes rising from the ashes. We thought they might have been eliminated, but then they are dominating from the height above. Gino, we've talked all things Season 20 and how our pros have, taken these changes and made them their own. I just wanted to pick your mind. We saw a little lifeline in there. How'd you feel about that?
Oh, Joe, I was so excited. The bow came through. They, the lifeline went down, then got purple, then finally managed to get the ult online and be able to bring out that guaranteed care package weapon, right? Because you definitely get one in the care pack. You just can't control which one it's going to be. So yeah, after that, unfortunately the bow came out. I was kind of hoping, you probably want the Kraber out of it. Maybe the Wingman. Eva's probably good, but third choice. Bow is like, I don't know, you may as well be running a Sentinel.
That's it. She's gone through many changes. And again, this is something that, we haven't seen in comp for, I don't think, ever. I don't remember ever seeing a lifeline in comp unless we had the shields, right? When she had the shields, that was probably it. But, to see her sort of brought back and flourishing was quite exceptional to see. But you know what? I don't know if they're going to be playing that again. It is a little bit tricky to have that sort of character in it amongst such an open playing field, because even trying to get the res on someone in the open, they're just squishy in a sense.
Yeah, there you go. So you can see what those upgrades are for Lifeline. I mean, honestly, either of the level 2 ones, can help, can be good. For level 3 in pro play, honestly, I think both can be good as well, but I think you will see gift wrapped be a lot more impactful, because I think there are a lot of situations, honestly, in pro play where you get knocked and the other team's worried about taking damage from other teams, so they don't actually push you and finish you off, and therefore the self-revive could work out, but care package weapons just too strong. I think you kind of have to have a go at them. Having a look at the final circuits we've seen so far in the split, you can see actually a pretty good spread around here from Apex South. Looks pretty fair to me.
Yeah, so it's been kind of nice. We've touched on Boogie Borders. Generally, they can sort of pop off with the Mirage de Trois pool, but, they've been trekking all the way over to Overlook Genome. So, they had to make these large sort of, rotates in that sense. I feel like we've had a couple of Overlook pools just in the last couple of matches, so hopefully we see something on the other side of the map to give it a little bit of a chance to these teams that have to make that journey.
Yeah. I mean, we had 1 week where there was 2 staging, finishes as well, I guess. So, if you look at it week to week, I think people start to see maybe a few more patterns than you do if you start to take a larger sample size and really dig into the data. I think on Storm Point, I'm a little bit more sus. Echo HQ, we were getting a lot of circles down there in Coastal Camp. But on World's Edge, it does feel like it's been fairly spread out so far.
Yeah, exactly right. So it's always good to see, and then hopefully, we can see a couple of, like we said, pull over the other side there. And also let's have a look at Lava Siphon again, because we don't know what team is going to land there. So we're going to get yourselves back into the action. This is match number 3, our last match on World's Edge.
Yes, it is 4 to go, including this match right here. And as far as Lava Siphon is concerned, I believe it will be MDY that are going to hold on to that. And actually seeing No Credit move over toward Landslide this time around. Maybe we'll call them No Contest this time. They have moved away from Lava Siphon and given that one over to MDY. So actually been a bit of a handshake agreement, I guess, in the 3rd and final round of World's Edge that no contests are going to happen around the map. And even XQ, by the way, has moved on from his Lava Fisher position after what he faced in the previous game.
Yeah, it was just, I switched on to him. He'd already put out 10 seconds of his timer. He's playing Valkyrie. I think he was just looking for really out of the way rat spots.
Yep.
Just testing some stuff out.
I mean, what else do you really have to do as a solo? Like,
yeah. Exactly. I don't know. Fly around. Grab some Evo Harvesters, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's a bit tough, isn't it? Okay, look at those legend picks up there. Caustic up to 75% alongside Bloodhound. And then Bang even up at 80. But, let me just have a look. I mean, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, so every team that's not running Bang is not a full team. Oh, no, actually, no. Heroes. Heroes are running Valkyrie, Caustic, Bloodhound. Interesting. Okay. So we've got one team that I would, consider to be a proper team that, is not running the the Bangalore.
have a look at that, though. We are getting pretty much 3 zones that are almost exactly the same.
Maybe this one will pull back into Fragment. You never know. Probably not.
Maybe.
Probably not.
Oh, my word.
Jump scare.
Yeah, a little bit.
We should probe that sector over there.
Well, no credit are on their way. The loot is looking pretty sparse.
I mean, they got an
Peacekeeper.
They got an ult excel, so that's going to give them. They've scanned the ring. They've got the Skyward Dive ready to go. So look, they're playing their outs, I guess you could say. Trying to use some some poker terminology there, like they're really just trying to grab the blue and then just yeet it into zone, and hopefully they can find a spot that the Caustic will keep them safe. But these teams are a little less than safe. The SWQ running into MDY Black. Oh, taking some back shots there from the L-Star, but they're right on a care package, actually. So this might be a nice little pickup here for MDY Black.
They just went past it. Well, anyway. Expecting to see some shenanigans pretty early on in the piece again if the last game is anything to go by.
Right here.
Maybe not necessarily from MDY.
Peekaboo!
It's like a big game of hide and seek, isn't it? Fortunately, it's not an easy game to play hide and seek in when there's about every team having a Bloodhound running around.
What's the White Raven telling me today?
Don't play solo.
Good comms from the White Raven.
Yeah. Don't play solo. How's that? Was that better?
Seno. Okay, off the lifeline, sadly. Maybe sensibly, though. Back onto the Watson. Glad they gave us a little something to cheer for, but they're taking some pot shots over at Heroes at the moment. They have zone info, so I'm not sure why they're really pressing the issue this hard with Heroes. And even getting a knock now.
Because they can.
Okay.
They can and they want to, and they are going to continue as well. W key being held by Tree Cleaner. Piece of the hunt for another 10 seconds or so.
Oh!
And has found the mark. So this is definitely not looking good for Heroes.
He's looking to extend that ultimate as well. Doesn't quite make it, but the scan reveals where Lahim is going. Has managed to slide down and get some health off, though, and actually finds a really good angle. Valk ults behind the crane where, like, you can't get shot for the first 2/3 of the ascent. That was actually pretty smart.
What does this mean for Kissans, though? He's gone running up to the north.
He's going to get the balloon.
Inside the train tons. He's been chased by Kill Devil.
It's a big balloon. They might take him out.
Oh, they do!
Right below.
Right at the tippy top.
Shots.
Ah, it's unfortunate.
It's a long balloon.
Yeah.
But hey, his teammate got out. It's something.
This way, let's go.
Yeah, not really much to write home about there, unfortunately for Heroes, though. They just get booked. They get chased.
Might be able to do a circle and grab the banners. It's possible.
Potentially. Recovery mission.
Yeah, if only,
Devil's hanging around.
Let's say if only Strafing Flame had revealed his secrets in the interview about resets, maybe maybe Heroes could have listened to that and pulled this off, but
not to me. Well, War Monster Firebird having a look as well. Well, so far, not really seeing too much. Couple of shots going astray.
Let's migrate over there.
They're more interested in making their rotation happen now than actually chasing, looking for more kills. Here we go. A lot of ground to cover.
Close range.
Get some loot first.
sitting in third spot for the moment. It's a good chance for them to solidify that top 20 position that they currently have. Oof, running Sentinel, okay. Sentinel 30-30. Ooh, Havoc Turbo. Okay, decent loot there. Looking back up on the tower that won the last game for AGL. It's just one of the VKG members. They're actually split holding quite a bit. They get caught off. This could be rough.
Let's transfer to this spot.
Final start. We get that alternator pylon down, and I'm not sure it's going to go the distance, unfortunately. Seno holding on, though. Could this be the angle? Not quite. Final start. Do get eliminated. Boogie Borders going to be breathing a sigh of relief there, thanks to Fussy clutching it out. Revives will come through.
Oh no! Kill Devil on the hunt, though.
Third party is indeed in effect.
Panda's done. Raki also taken out. And Fussy might even get finished off by the lava here. Just makes it down below. I'm not sure they've realized where he's gone, actually. But I would have thought the Bloodhound... No, the Bloodhound scan misses him? Really? Okay. I guess they didn't angle it down far enough to get him in the cone.
There's no way. How have they not seen that?
I mean, you can see, like, the footsteps and stuff as well, right? Like... Come on, Bolin.
No footsteps if you just sent it off the building.
There's like a jump down animation.
Yeah, I know. Well, he's gotten out.
Bolin, buddy. Well, someone needs to upgrade their tracking skills, I think.
Do be like that sometimes. Anyway, what's Wonton Dumpling hiding away inside this caravan while the world falls apart around outside of them. They're okay. Quite a few teams looking okay. Pretty set up. Probably getting pretty used to playing this zone at this point in the evening.
Yep.
Third time on the trot. You've got your rotations down pat. Know where you want to end up. At least hopefully by this stage you do.
Does anyone actually have ring info? Yeah, Tom Young Kung. Oh, that's... The beacon that sits at Overlook is often a good one because it's often like just outside the circle and you can just duck in and out and grab it. So that'll help those guys. They know they can stay put for the moment. Maybe even the other teams around can draw some sort of inference from that. VK Gaming keeping an eye on Tom Young Kung as well as outside.
Well, SWQ here haven't really been able to improve upon their first game. They didn't get many points, or any, I think, even out of the previous game. I think they finished game 1 on 22. It's another good opportunity for them to go one better. Big damage. They know they've got that crack. Arcstars are going to get tossed on in as well, and some of those are connecting. Oh, donut. Absolutely turns his opponent into a donut there. Full of holes. At least one big one, hopefully. Maybe more than that, and that is War Monster Firebird taken out very easily by SWQ. So there's a couple more points on the board at least.
I mean, Azu got one kill. Otherwise, yeah, it would have been a donut game for War Monster Firebird. Going out in 16th spot. No placement points for them. Okay, it's looking like a hell of a similar circle.
Let's go.
It could be pulling back to the tower.
Run it back. AGL are absolutely nowhere near that tower this time around, though, so it will be a fairly different result, you'd imagine. Breaking and entering. This is a crime. Ressa doesn't care, apparently. VK Gaming are on the move as well, checking out the caravan and trying to hole up inside the building.
I mean, VK Gaming, they're sitting at 50 spot, right?
Right.
They are the team who land Overlook. They've had basically 3 circles in a row. That's not a good conversion rate.
Certainly not. Especially when they're a team that's fighting for their life, basically, in this split. If they don't make it into the top 20, then they don't come back next week. And they're in a great position to do so, but really they're just not quite doing enough in this lobby so far. At least not to make it a sure thing. AGL are rotating their way in now, but far later than what they did in the previous game. Well, they're actually going to land on Beyond? Thought about it for a second there. Now they maybe realize that they made a bit of a mistake because some of that presence is being sent back in their direction. T4 on the bottom side of the hill as well will potentially have an angle on them. They've got to be aware of that. T4 also worrying about the team in front of them a little bit more so. Bigger fish to fry. So AGL are okay for the moment.
MDY Black, though, on either side of them, and XX, though, he's just come out of his Bloodhound ult, so he doesn't have that to try and angle MDY out. Morgenstern also no blood ult available, so smokes will be effective against both of these teams.
Dreamfire. It's not a bother, but they have been able to dislodge full engage, which is going to give them some respite. There's a potential third party coming through from AGL, and it seems to have been averted, at least for the moment. Dreamfire keeping themselves tucked behind these rocks. They've really only got a tiny bit of wiggle room to work with, but it's enough.
It's actually crazy how long you have to spend dodging bang ults in a professional game of Apex.
There's so many Bangalores.
Zipline over there.
Like, hide and seek is like half the game.
Hostile spotted.
Back in Overlook, lots of teams still getting into it. Tom Young Kung trying to share this building with SWQ, who have set up with the Watson underneath. Then, of course, oh my god, it's pulled back again, basically to the tower. So,
This time it's Wonton Dumpling that are up top, and they've got a Craver as well.
oh my god, so they got the Kraber bow combo. Imagine if you're JoJo right now. Not feeling great.
Just having a good time. Good time up the top there for Wonton Dumpling.
Yikes.
Keep their heads down for the moment.
The question, though, for the tower generally is, like, how early can you take it? Because there is a point where you take it, it's too early, and you get angled out, people are nading you, they're getting shots on you, and you just waste all of your, you know, bats and everything too early on. You see right here, like, MXF having good shots. The way, like, the timing that AGL took it last game was fantastic and allowed them to play a really strong end game, but will it be the same this time from Wonton Dumpling? Okay, the final circle is like 10 meters away from where the last one was. It's not exactly the same, but it's like just slightly to the left of the tower this time.
Well, that's a rough fight for MDY Black. There was nowhere to go. Down the bottom of the hill. Two borders out there as well. And X and Y getting shot in the back, which is not going to be fun for them because they thought they were on for a free kill here into the train tons, but actually this will probably ultimately be their grave as well because I imagine they're going to get third-partied here. Outside, dropping in on top of that engagement. It's a little bit messy, and outside is actually the team that ultimately will fall down to Kill Devil. So more than one team actually going for that engagement, but Kill Devil were the last one in. And so they'll be the first one out, and they'll be happy with that. Looking pretty good for Wonton Dumpling now at the top of the tower.
Well, I mean, there's not that many other teams left, right? We've got 4 squads left alive, and we're round 5 hasn't even closed. What is going on this game.
What's going on in this lobby, really?
Indeed.
Two reloadable. One reloadable now in the Crable, but 5 shots total.
Okay. SWQ, they're pulling up on top of the house. They were just looking for some angles, trying to see if they can get some shots onto Wonton Dumpling. Up on the tower. Kill Devil, of course, after that big loot can start making their way back up. Yeah, that's MXF. Managed to pull off a res over there.
Right. A good shot. Got some smoke here. Where? I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see any smoke. Well, Wonton Dumpling are having a grand old time at the top of the tower at the moment. Kill Devil not doing too bad for themselves either. They're actually 3rd in this lobby, which is pretty solid considering where they're sitting for the season overall. SWQ playing underneath the tower. And then it's MXF, the other team that is sitting inside of the caravan at the moment. All teams kind of just waiting for that zone to push in. Wonton Dumpling will inevitably have to come off the top of the tower, which could become problematic at this point in the game.
It's going to be so late in the game, though, because the circle, it's not in the middle, right? It's actually quite close to where the tower is. So their side of the circle will actually close slower. And yeah, I think they're going to have every chance to take out at least MXF and Kill Devil. But SWQ, they have set up underneath them. They can't be naded out. They've got a pylon there.
I mean, what are you even supposed to do? When you're up the top there, you can't see anything anyway, so... Patience to virtue in this game, that's for sure.
Kill Devil switch it up. They go down to the south side. And this is actually not too bad. Gives them some angles onto SWQ underneath.
Well, nades getting tossed in. Not really connecting for any damage just yet. Kill Devil are trying to be proactive. Often, though, when you're the first team to decide to do something, you end up being the focus of fire. So they do have to be a little careful that they don't over-aggress here. Kraber's still in the mix, but Smoke's causing problems as ever. Also hard to find an angle with the bow, though there is at least a connection in there.
Bang ulti's going out now. A couple nades going up to the top of the tower as well. Kill Devil. Bowl, and he's used up all the ammo, so he's only the wingman, not really in play. Just that vault left for him.
SWQ do get eliminated in 4th place. And in their place, Kill Devil will take control underneath the tower. MXF trying not to move as long as they possibly can. Hide inside of that caravan, they're going to do it, but push comes to shove, they're going to have to start to work their way out, and they've lost a couple of members in doing so. Wonton Dumpling deciding now is the time to go. They drop off of the tower. Kill Devil taken down, 2 squads remaining, and it was always going to be Wonton Dumpling. From the top of the tower, the Kings take their victory.
I mean, incredible that we've had 3 games of World's Edge, and you could have predicted the winner very reliably from 5 minutes before the end of each match.
Happens, but again, like we said, you got to take what you can get, right? And when the zone feeds you, you've got to run away with some points, and that's exactly what Wonton Dumpling have been able to do there, which is a great sign for them. Given again, we talked about them focusing on trying to take first in the overall standings of the season, and a win like that is going to go a long way in doing so.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, we were touching on that they only need 14 series points to be the lead overall and take over Legends Gaming. So, you know, they still have a lot on the line here. And, you know, like I said, getting the tippity top of that tower is an easy way to win. I kind of feel like I gave the zone a little bit of the caster's curse there, Elfish, you know, having it pull in the same direction. So it's a little bit same, but you know what? They solidified the win, and that was excellent from them. You know, it's a huge game from Wonton. You know, I was kind of itching to see SWQ take another win for themselves, you know, because this is kind of detrimental for them, sitting about 18th on the overall standing. So they want to make sure that they are deep into the top 20 squads to the regional finals. But, you know, they still placed quite well in that match, Elfish.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, look, it is a bit of a pass to curse. Hopefully we're not going to get the same thing for Storm Point. We put our fingers together. This must have been a fun game to play, though, as Wonton Dumpling. I can't think of something I'd rather do more than have the Kraber up on top of the tower and just raining death down upon everybody. So many opportunities with it as well, and a lot of connections. It was satisfying to watch. Pretty expertly played as well by Wonton Dumpling in the end, as we sort of talked about. They left it as late as they really needed to, and in the end it kind of ended up being a pretty easy finish for them. Bloodhound on top of all those smokes makes for a bit of a free farm, so well done in the end, and Wonton Dumpling go rocketing up the standings into first place. AGL just behind them, and SWQ just behind that, so it is still pretty competitive at the halfway point of Groups B and C.
Let's see, can we talk about AGL and those kill points? We had a couple of large kill point games. I think Legends Gaming had 22, but 17 for AGL. Is absolutely exceptional. We haven't really sort of touched too much on AGL in the first couple of weeks, but I don't know what they're doing, Elfish, but they're turning it around in these last couple of matches.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've always been a team that's fairly solid. Like they've had a couple of decent results. They had actually they had a win last week in the A and B lobbies. So I feel like they've gotten better as the season has gone on. They're just a little bit inconsistent, but when they're on definitely, and it seems like they're doing well for themselves today. Obviously, they got that win, first place in Game 2. Didn't do too much in Game 1. Keeping the scoreboard ticking over in Game 3, and that's about all you really need to do. Given their position in 15th, they're looking pretty solid to make it through to next week. I don't imagine that we're going to see them drop out of the top 20. So they're kind of just upholding their end of the bargain and making sure that they're doing what they need to do to stay where they need to be.
Yeah, I guess there was also a really nice game from War Monster Firebird there. I think they were about 5th from memory. It's kind of them and VK Gaming just sort of battling it out for those positions, because War Monster Firebird just on the cusp at 20, and the VK Gaming just about 21. But it looks like War Monster Firebird are sort of taking the lead in those first 3 matches, so it might be them to sort of keep that position as they knock out Overlooked Entertainment, who had their final matches in the last group. So that sort of slides them up to that position. But we've still got another 3 matches to go. We're going to be heading over to Storm Point shortly. It's going to be our last 3 matches of our group standings. Elfish, it just can't be real. We have regional finals next week. Like, a lot is on the line. There's the prize pool for them as well. I just want to express to you guys, that these last 3 matches could be make or break for a lot of our teams.
Yeah, potentially. I tell you what, there's probably still a lot of games to go next week, because that match point format can drag on sometimes. We'll obviously get to that when we get to that, but got to keep cracking on.
Exactly right. All right, we're going to take ourselves another short break, and we will see you shortly on Storm Point.
Surprise.
Welcome back and thank you for joining us once again. It's been one hell of a day, and for our teams where there is so much on the line, obviously being a spot in the regional finals or the massive prize pool that we now have for our Apex South region. You know, you won't see Elfish, any team slowing down as we head into the final 3 matches of our groups B versus C.
Yeah, hopefully not. I mean, hopefully we actually see things kind of speeding up a little bit, because some of those games, they did get a little bit repetitive actually on World's Edge. We saw some very similar final zones, and yeah, a little bit of a slow start. The first game, it really felt like things took a little while to kind of get rolling. But as we got into it, we started to feel a little bit better. Obviously interested to see what those duos and the solos are going to do here on Storm Point, whether it's going to change much up. Doesn't really seem like it's going to go too well for DNZ or for No Credit today, unfortunately. And that sometimes just is what it is. But yeah, it's kind of rough that that's the final game or the final games of the season that you're going to play, and they're like basically just kind of pointless.
Yeah, I do know it obviously being the Storm Point map, there are quite a few more rat spots. So I'm really hoping, you know, the poor DNZ team can find one of those and, you know, get themselves some, I guess, placement points, which, you know, still hold heavy in these sorts of competitions there. But, you know, we've got like a duo there as well that, you know, sort of didn't really get to take their POI there on World's Edge, which, you know, made room for a lot of teams to sort of take that. We probably won't see that too much on Storm Point, being more POIs and sort of a spread out sort of map. So hopefully, you know, we're going to get a little bit of action right at the start, but we'll take a look at the beacon for our Storm Point map, Bs versus Cs. Elfish, why don't you take it away and tell us a little bit about their landing spots?
Yeah, I mean, again, you can see actually here there's no contest, at least in theory. I'm not sure whether or not things are going to change up for No Credit, if they're going to be able to hold on to that position in the center of the zone, or in the center of the map, I should say, or if they're going to get pushed away by any of the teams. But it doesn't really seem like there's going to be too much early on in the game, at least, happening. The same can maybe be said for DNZ as to whether or not do they get to, I mean, is it XQ get to stay in Lightning Rod, or is he going to get pushed out? I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and I think we're going to take it away to the start of the match here. This is going to be Storm Point, as we have a nice little view over the top there, Elfish. So let's see all the action unfold.
Yeah, indeed. We'll take a look at how things do work out here onto Storm Point. MXF just going to be landing outside of Mill. Not going to get the Mill. That is the residency, I suppose, of Dreamfire.
Yeah, of course, they have been there for quite some time. But, you know, it's changed, right? Everything's changed now. The way you play Mill has changed. Actually, I wouldn't say the way you play Mill has changed, but it has slowed it down a little bit. Because the Prowler's nearby, you oftentimes will want to do that. And also, the spots that the Evo Harvesters spawn also quite variable, and that makes you know, a big difference on sort of where you have to path through with your Trident. But yeah, you know, it's changed for so many of these teams now. You can see obviously MDY Black. They need to go do the spiders down the bottom. It's you know, massive spider cave down the bottom of the waterfall, and it's more important than ever.
Yeah, MDY Black are going to start to get a bit of a wriggle on. They got some moving and shaking to do. Not the furthest of rotates for them, of course, but still. This is one of those kinds of zones where if you can be one of the first teams into down beast, you can set yourself up really nicely and potentially get a bit of a free game. And again, you know, we've kind of been a little bit bamboozled by the zone shift so far today, so there's no guarantee necessarily this is going to continue to go over toward down beast, but, you know, general wisdom would say that it should.
I mean, there isn't, but Storm Point zones are generally more predictable, right? More, you know, easier to read, edge of the map, circles touching. Generally, this will end towards, you know, at least the backside of down beast, or at least, yeah, somewhere in down beast, but you would expect it to actually be the backside. So teams like AGL pulling up there already. Ooh, we've got a Gibraltar pick, Gibraltar alert.
Oh, what?
Yeah, on AGL, Gibraltar, Bangalore, Caustic. Love it. And behind them, playing the meta composition, is Dreamfire, who have already pulled up. So good spot for them. Obviously, Mill priority rotate to this. Go straight past an Evo Harvester as well, so that was a good one. For Dreamfire to make it in there with some comfortable blues, just like full engage. They landed nice and early, got the double beacon scan off. Reminder that that is still in the game right now. It gives you 400 Evo. If you can do it, you should. But maybe gone by the time we get to regional finals. You may only be able to scan the ring once for points, for Evo points at the start of a game.
Well, War Monster Firebird early on the rotate, going to set themselves up behind Downed Beast. Not exactly a premium position, at least not at the moment, but could be later on in the piece. The thing I do worry about is how much are they really going to be able to play the game from this kind of a spot, or are they going to be stuck in here for quite a while now? Given the fact that there are a few other teams around, though, I'm sure they're going to be able to get their chip damage out and maybe work on those Evos, but I mean, in the case of Azu, for example, it's 1,032 damage you have to get. So a bit of a ways off for the moment.
Oof. So the hammer points going out there? It might have been. Come on, switch to the Mozam. Show us. I swear I heard some hammer points making their way over towards Dreamfire just there. But yeah, look, obviously a lot of teams here now predicting this zone in Down Beast, so they will pull up to start taking position in some of those buildings. Oh my god! Almost Firebird are getting... well, not sent, actually. They did get Caustic altered, though. And downed. Wow, okay. Dreamfire may actually push this, but we're going to have a look down here in Cenote Caves.
A couple of teams floating around in Cenote, but X and Y look like they're on their way out. Little pickup in the Uber, and off we go. So X and Y are pretty safe on this rotate. There's not a lot happening out on the western side of the map at the moment. As they get to the mill, they might run into a bit of trouble. Although this rock appears to be giving them a bit of a problem. Oh my goodness. What?
Is this like cave diving? Where you, like,
that's giving me claustrophobia.
Yeah, like, you know where you like you try, you have to try and like squeeze yourself through like the tiniest like spot in the caves.
No way. I catch me never.
Can't say I like rocks. I like climbing rocks. I just don't want to climb rocks while there's another rock like 2 centimeters away from my face. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's not my jam.
No. Yeah, I have too many of those like horror stories of people getting stuck or whatever. Darkness as well. Anyway, X and Y, ooh, they've run into the mill. Just as I said, as they get to the mill, it'll be a little bit problematic because that's where heroes have set up shop. Wonton Dumpling's also there. And luckily for VK Gaming, they heard all of those shenanigans, and so they've pulled up outside of the mill rather than going straight in.
Because Wonton Dumpling, they actually want to scan right now. They're on the ring console at mill. That's why they're pulled up here at this exact moment. But they're taking shots from everywhere, right? Like Heroes in the north building, VK Gaming behind them. So it's not really safe. This is, like, unironically, one of the reasons why I've been enjoying playing Rampart in Season 20 is because if you want to just, like, pop off a quick ring scan, you can just put up some amp cover, right? And hide behind it to kind of cover you for 5 or 10 seconds while you grab those scans. But obviously it's a little more risky here in Pro League, and definitely more risky for the Caustic. So, I mean, you can check up a barrel, helps you a little bit, but...
Wait, what about my boy Gibby, you know? Like, ever heard of him? By the way, we haven't mentioned this, but XQ's actually playing Pathfinder this game too, so...
Ooh!
As the solo, he's just decided... He was on Valk.
Oh, right, of course.
He's decided, you know, the Valk's not working. Pathfinder, I might be able to escape a little bit easier. I don't know. I don't know what the methodology is, but I guess you got to do what you got to do when you're a solo, and it is what it is. MXF have gone back to the Newcastle as well on this map, so that's kind of cool to see.
They have. Not only that, we've got Mad Maggie for SWQ. And we've also got Horizon coming up from Tom Young Kung. So, yeah, Stormpoint on BBC actually giving us lots of goodies. We didn't see quite as much fun come out, I feel, in our first series today. This has been a fun one. And I mean, we actually saw quite a bit of Pathfinder. I think it was APAC North. We're picking him a little more regularly. And I mean, I wish, you know, it'd be great to interview one of those teams at some time just to see, because obviously when you're theory crafting, it's that option of being able to scan both like ring consoles and survey beacons, and just be able to pick every game depending on what your rotation, what your pathing is looking like. So I think there's definitely a lot of potential for Pathfinder, especially, you know, he's got the perk now where you can electrify the zip lines, make those rotates a little safer. Definitely some options for our mechanical man.
Yeah, Pathfinder, he needs his time back on top. You know, it's been a long while for Mr. Pathfinder. I don't really think ever in the history of ALGS has Pathfinder been meta.
Oh yeah, no, he was at the start.
Right at the start, maybe.
Yeah. No, like very, very early comp.
Yeah.
Like Pathfinder, Watson, Wraith, I think it was.
But was that ALGS? Like in... or was that before ALGS?
Yeah, it was actually probably pre-ALGS, you're right.
I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, it was like competitive Apex, but yeah, no, the ALGS, the Apex Legends Global Series had perhaps not been born yet, apart from maybe in John Nelson's head.
I think when ALGS started, it was the Wraith, Gibby... What was the third? What was the third in that comp?
Oh, no, Gibby came later. Gibby was actually quite undervalued at the start. Yeah, it was mostly Wraith, Watson, Pathfinder at the start.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I'm back a ways, a few years, that's for sure. Down Beast is getting pretty busy. I'm just having a look on the mini-map here, and it's lit up like a Christmas tree with player nameplates. Not quite as exciting over toward checkpoint right now. SWQ are sort of holding some of the rotates, basically, but beyond that, no one else is really too interested in that area of the map. And well, we go over to Down Beast, and yeah, this is where things are starting to get very, very busy. Moonfire already having lost Pete. Sure there's going to be a res angle there for them, even with a respawn beacon.
Yeah, currently got 2 evacs on them. Tom Young Kung, they lost one of their members in checkpoint just before. You see now they're trying to find a safe spot. Like me, enjoying the rock climbing there, but we'll keep them safe. Yeah, I don't know for how long. Zone continues to pull back. It looks like it could be going all the way to back platform of Down Beast. Dreamfire, yes, they've got the Moby. They found it, and they should be able to get Pete back in. Oh my god, that's huge for them, because they have such a fantastic spot to play from.
As long as they don't get pushed, and again, it's not the kind of position I think that's really going to get pushed. No one wants to give up their control of high ground or a building point, so it should actually be okay. Final start, having a look into the bunker here, and very nearly losing Tree Cleaner, but he's able to fight back, bounce back, Fussy down. Boogie Boarders haven't really been having the most fantastic of nights, and once again here into Storm Point, it might continue to be difficult because they are really being bullied out at the moment. There's a fair bit of damage going back and forth. It's down to just Raki now to try to hold on for final start. Selka is going to get the job done.
Can't do it. Wow. I mean, that was... Is Tree Cleaner on controller? Because, oh my lord, the lock on through the smoke there was one of the most controller moments I think I've ever seen. Barely any vision on that guy in the caustic gas, but Roller knows best.
MZY White fighting for their lives, so the red shields, they're looking okay, and Tom Yum Kung is going to get finished off. Looks like it's going to be a particularly kind finish for the bunker position in the end, though, as SWQ have decided to come in here and essentially third-party final start. They weren't really properly able to reset, so SWQ walk away with that position for now. Given that DNZ is the only team kind of out on that other side of the zone, I can't imagine they're actually going to be getting contested for it, because DNZ is just XQ solo, but I'll tell you what, he's done well for himself. into the top 13, and he's got purple Evo. But I think it might be coming to an end now. I've just cast a cursed him so hard. Rest in peace to my boy XQ. DNZ is eliminated.
I got a placement point this time.
That's better than nothing.
It is, just slightly. Heroes. I mean, look over here at MDY White on the right-hand side. They've got triple reds, actually. Damn, good for them. Kill Devil, still on blues. Decent spot, though. Duo ahead of them as well. If they can clear out full engage. That's in that building, yeah, to the north of them there. They'll just have a really easy walk in. As you can see there, Dreamfire now back up to a trio in a good spot up the north. War wants to Firebird. I don't mind their spot at all, just playing the little building. They've even got a Moby Res Beacon trying to block one of their entrances. Good
bit of
use
extra
of
cover.
that. And even the teams on top, right? There's so much of the beast that's in. The teams up the top like AGL have been playing there. You got to remember for the entire time, they're actually pretty low on ammo. It's unsurprising, I guess, at this point. But yeah, it's really, I feel it's only kind of Jackie with the longbow who's still got enough ammo to plug away and maybe do some Evo damage. But it's not like he can poke that up for the whole team anymore, can he?
No, certainly not. It's unfortunate, like, even if we're looking at AGL, QQ's playing double light ammo. Spitfire Alternator, and he's got 78 reloadables, so that's really not a whole lot to play with at all. Ammo management going to be a big factor for them. T4, we talked about them pretty much needing to win this lobby. That doesn't really seem like it's going to be an option anymore. So, just got to go out and do their best for the last few games of today. SWQ are going to push their way in, and they'll be contesting with a couple of teams right in front of them outside. BMZ has an angle on that as well for Dreamfire, though he's a little further around the headland, so to speak. Jump back down to the southern side of Down Beast, where Kill Devil is also trying to make their way in. You talked about full engage being in front of them as a 2-0. This is the opportunity for Kill Devil to try to take advantage of that fact. They've been caught off guard a little bit. There's some shots coming through from the top side of Down Beast as well. Kill Devil under the pump, but so far haven't lost a player just yet. The shots are really good from Boland. Good patience is going to be rewarded, and Kill Devil finish off full engage. That'll allow them to go to purple shields, and hopefully they'll be able to get the res there as well. Looks like it should be a safe res, though. There's some nades getting tossed in their direction.
AGL got them spotted out, I believe. Oh my, there are so many teams on this side of Town Beast. I mean, you're on the other side, you are chilling, right? Kill Devil, love their position. One wants to Firebird, down to a duo, but still not too bad. Dreamfire, God spot on the platform. Every single other team, the remaining, what is that, 5 teams now? Absolute bloodbath on the other side.
White Black. Oh, that's not a good start to the fight for them at all. Jojo's gone down pretty much straight off the bat. And Ormanstern, pretty low, but able to get a bat off at the very least. It's just not stopping. It's relentless, really. They're trying desperately to find any little glimpse of cover, and then all of a sudden MXF rocks up behind them. So there was nowhere to go. That was out of the frying pan into the fire. They are donezo. Still 7 teams remaining, though, and this zone has got a ways to go before it collapses.
The enemy is here. Let's go this way.
Okay, zone now closing. A lot of those teams have actually managed to sort out what's going on there. One wants to Firebird. Unfortunately, you know, they wanted it as cover, but they're going to have to actually use it in the end. A lot of the teams making their way underneath through the bottom of the Down Beast right now. But that just opens them up to angles from Dreamfire, and Roy grabbed 2 with a single clip from the Havoc. Pete also popping off here with the Nemesis, and energy bullets just decimating everyone who walks in here from the eastern side.
Well, into the final 5, and Dreamfire have been doing a great job of just keeping themselves under the radar for the moment. This is now where they really have their opportunity to actually collect the points as teams are pushing their way in, and Obviously, you've got good cross shots, a great angle for Dreamfire to play with. This is where they can really accelerate and kind of pop off.
Boom. Yep, they just chuck the Caustic Colt goes into the building, and they're trying to finish off War Monster Firebird here. I think this is for the second time, basically, that they've sieged this building. They managed to do it, but MXF, they have managed to reset. They've only got 2 blues. A little bit of overshield here for the Newcastle, and then you got Jackie maybe trying to go for a double res.
He's playing spoiler. He's really playing spoiler right there because he's actually gone in behind Dreamfire, finished off Pete again straight away as soon as he got rezzed, and kind of opened the door up a little bit for MXF, though he's run straight into MXF, and yeah, and he's kind of held MXF up, and the problem with that is that that's going to give Dreamfire the time to reset, where otherwise MXF could have potentially waltzed their way into what might have ended up actually being a 3-on-2. Now, though, a bona fide 3-on-3, and they don't have height control. This is going to be a tough one to win. Dreamfire looking strong to close it out.
They were literally looting while Dreamfire were getting about 300 health back on top of them.
Might not matter.
Can't find the shield swaps, though.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 so far. A Siren has been knocked as well, though, so Dreamfire looking okay at 3MZ to try to hold on to the final fight. He's down by half HP. The Newcastle wall's in there causing problems, and he missed the shot with the Mozambique. It's MXF that'll walk away anyway. We questioned the method, but you cannot question the results.
They take their time, and in this time, Elfish patience does actually pay off. So, congrats there to MXF. I mean, you know, look, Dreamfire is still very handily taking some big points there at the end of that one, Lace. I think actually in our intro video, there's a clip of Dreamfire doing something very similar where they played exactly the same spot in Down Beast. It's a well-known routine for them.
Yeah, you know, I thought Kill Devil had a nice little position there on the south side of Beast, but, you know, they had a tough rotate into the sights of Dreamfire, who sort of just collected a few kills with the Nemesis, which, you know, is, again, I don't really see too much being used anymore, but it was just easy for them to sort of pick up those points. This was a bit of a tough fight here with Final Start, and I think it was Boogie Boarders. You know, they had a tough time finding their feet in today's matches, getting knocked out quite early by Final Start.
Yeah, it was a little tougher from them. I mean, it was a pretty close match there, that one, wasn't it? They only just lost out, but Boogie Boarders, we know that they'll probably be back up and running before really anyone can worry about it. And they're sitting in such a good position in the overall standings as well that, you know, it kind of feels like they've never really been in doubt.
Yeah, they don't have to worry too much indeed. You know, they could just be playing a little bit lower, just, you know, maybe in the top 10, and they'll still be able to take themselves to the regional final. But, yeah, Dreamfire here in the MXF going toe-to-toe. I was literally sitting on the edge of my seat. It was so very close as, you know, they're going head-to-head here just to have the 1v1. I literally thought Dreamfire was going to have it, but then MXF coming through, and they managed to get a couple of kills along the way.
Yeah, MXF pulled up a couple. I think Dreamfire might have ended up with 10. So obviously they've done very well. They're going to be happy with that one. And yeah, I mean, look, Dreamfire, they were one of the teams who did need to pick things up a little bit. I mean, you know, it was a shoddy start of the season for them, and doing better here and now will improve their chances of making that, I mean, they'll make the regional finals, but I mean, making LAN especially. But wow, that is a really close leaderboard here, Lace. I mean, not a lot of separation. You do not have a Legends Gaming just running away from it, running away with it here. Even Wonton Dumpling, you know, they're sitting up there at 37th, of course. Elfish kept saying, you know, they need a 6th or higher to finish out the group stages in the #1 spot. Looks like that's very much a possibility.
Yeah, only 14 points difference between them and Legends Gaming. So if they just, you know, even sit in this third place as they have throughout these matches, then they'll take the lead there. But what a great match from MXF. You know, only, like we said, very close there, 1 point above AGL. But I feel like they just came out of nowhere, to be honest with you. We've had AGL sort of sit at the top for quite a bit. SWQ as well sitting at the top, and of course Wonton. But yeah, MXF just sort of taking that top position. It can always be quite a change for our teams coming over to Storm Point, and, you know, some flourish and some don't. But it's really good to see some of these lower teams sort of making their way up to the top. But an excellent job by Dreamfire as well. Like we said, it's very close. Like, it's only a point difference from most of, you know, 1st to 10th.
Yeah, it's a really close lobby here at Lace. It just makes it an exciting one. So really keen to see how these last 2 maps play out and who ends up on top.
That's it. So our poor pros have been thrown into the deep end. We're going to head for a short break here, and we will see you And welcome back, everybody. A little bit of a slow start there to game number 4. Not uncommon for, Storm Point, but we were blessed at the end with the action from MXF and Dreamfire, with MXF taking the win. Genome, it's a close game for even teams like Wonton Dumpling, where they have the chance to overtake Legends Gaming in the overall leaderboard. We've got SWQ, War Monster Firebird, and potentially Kill Devil are fighting for the spots in the regional finals.
It's a tough fight down there. I'm not saying at the bottom, but at, roughly 20th place. Just having a look at where we've seen our circles end up so far this split on Stormpoint Lace. So we were talking before how we actually had a pretty good spread, over on World's Edge. Now we go across to Stormpoint. In Apex South, actually, we also have a good spread here, honestly. Could probably do a little more up north. Poor Zoo Station, Lightning Rod, something, wall, give us something around there for the lads up north. But yeah, I think when you do look at the sort of more highly aggregated form across all the regions, definitely a few down the bottom.
Yeah, there's a zone I really want to see, but I don't know if it's going to happen in professional level. But there's a zone at the top of Lightning Rod where there is a tiny little island and a massive zip line that sort of takes you to Zeus Station. And now I've played a ranked match and it has pulled onto that tiny island. So if you are there, you win. And I want to see that action. So let's take it away. This is game number 5 on Stormpoint.
Yes, it's the penultimate game for the evening. 2 to go. And last couple of opportunities for teams to make their mark on the scoreboard for this lobby and pretty much for the season as well, unless they're going to make it through to the top 20. So there are a couple of teams that need to be doing some moving and shaking in these last 2 to keep their dreams alive.
Yeah, let's see if they can make it happen. Apparently we're going to have seen every single one of these balloons by the end of today.
Hello there.
All right, Evo Harvesters online. And we're looking at MXF down here. What do they get as far as Evo Harvesters go? Not a lot, actually. Well, they've been absolutely screwed, in fact. What's the closest one to them? The one at, Cedo Station? That is rough.
So early rotate from X and Y. YC has taken the Trident right up on top of Godspot, basically.
Yeah, Godrock is a good spot to be in this kind of circle. And, of course, X and Y, they have scanned that. Wow, that is fascinating, actually. It's almost like he's, claiming the spot, even without 3 people there. So people can be like, oh, no, Godrock's taken. We can't play Godrock.
Yeah.
It's just very risky because if anyone happens to, there's a lot of Bloodhounds in the lobby. If they scan, if they realize that it's only YC up there, could be in trouble. Because XD and JR are certainly taking their time.
Well, he's showing as much presence as he can. I'm seeing him with this Nemesis trying to fire off as many shots as he possibly can. He doesn't have much ammo to actually play with, but he's got to kind of pretend that he's actually a force to be reckoned with and give time for his teammates to rotate across. Do you have heroes down there as well that are starting to rotate in for MXF to be worried about as well? So it looks like X and Y will actually be able to get away with this. A little bit cheeky from them, but I think it's, it's a calculated risk. I'm more than happy to see that from them.
Looks like now, it might have paid off.
Move that Trident a little bit. And yeah, I think so.
A lot of Wild Armors, though. I think that it looks like X and Y also did not get an Evo Harvester. So, they've got, there's the Spider Tunnel the X and Y get. So that means XD gets his up to blue. But for everyone else, no dice.
I'm still watching X and Y, by the way. And they've sent YC back into Cenote to do some looting. So he was the guy that kind of pushed up on top of Godrock solo, sat there and held the position. Now that the other 2 have made their way back up there, he's taken the Trident back into Cenote to do his looting. So they've got this figured out, man. They've got this on lock.
That is genuinely fascinating. They obviously one of the teams running with a coach. Not everyone in Apex South does have access to a coach, and it's the kind of play that I think you get with with that sort of extra help, someone to really just theory craft some interesting stuff. So yeah, really cool. As we watch Boogie Borders Oh no, they've, looks like they're actually gonna leave Fossey for dead here.
They have to.
And, yeah, I mean, I suppose. Just makes
Blows
it sad.
continue. Yeah, it's been a tough day for Boogie Boarders, that's for sure. Raki and Pan are going to have to go at it as a duo. Fossey just not getting rezzed in time. And MDY White coming through. Perfect time to pick themselves up a free point and a bit of loot there as well. They'll be loving to see it. There's a world maybe where Boogie Boarders can potentially go back and try to collect that banner. Crypto on the other side is going to probably scan them and see them, so might not be an easy task. Either way, DNC's been eliminated. Rest in peace, XQ. He was not long for this world in this game, unfortunately.
No, though he's really trying to mess up the team, the legend statistics. Elfish.
Yes.
He's gone for Mirage this game.
Yep.
And we've also got no credit playing Pathfinder Loba. So
Wow. Okay.
yeah, that's, you know, when I said before, like sometimes we just throw out all the team comps that aren't full 3-man comps.
Yes.
It's kind of why.
That is it. I don't know, man. You just sound like a bit of a Loba hater, but it's just me, I guess. Boogie Boarders are going to get the banner. 10 seconds left on it. Raki's tried, or he's gotten it, but I don't know if he's going to get out alive. That's the only thing I'm kind of watching for here.
Level 3.
Oh, he has just made it away for those that are interested. But he's being chased. Actually, there's no way. There's no way he's getting out of here alive. Yeah, so there you go. You can see in the kill feed, Feiju gets the knock onto Raki, and Boogie Boarders. Their hole gets even deeper. It'll be much more difficult to dig out of now. Although I suppose Fossey can still be rezzed. The banner was collected. It's going to be a matter of trying to find Raki's banner now. And assuming Pana can actually escape.
I know what you mean. He's going to run around the rock. He's going to res Raki. If MDY White lose the trail, there's every chance he gets there. Okay, there's no chance. All right.
I leveled up.
Zipline.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's just not it.
Sorry for, you know, having some hope.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a tough day at the office for Boogie Boarders. Well, there's those legend picks that you're talking about. The Newcastle pick is actually not a troll, though. We've seen that pretty consistently from MXF every single game that they've played on Stormpoint today, which this will now be their 5th.
Yep.
I think we've seen some decent stuff from it as well. Like, it hasn't been an awful pick.
I mean, we asked earlier on where the perks were at with Newcastle. Hadn't made it to level 3 yet, unfortunately, so we're not sure which one he's going there. I imagine it's probably going to be Stronghold. But yeah, he started off with Thick Shield. And that Thick Shield, the
with
extra
the 2 Cs.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm
Cs.
saying. That's what I was trying to imply with my tone. I'm glad you got that. It was the plus 250 HP for both sections, I believe it is, of the mobile shield. It's a nice little one. And then, yeah, I think they'll... I mean, Miracle Worker, revive allies with HP regen, you know, can be good for resets. And then you got Stronghold, increased Castle War HP and energized duration. Also good. But, you know, it's... I think some people are of that thought school of, you know, you shouldn't play to lose, you know, which is like... So you shouldn't pick those sort of, the revive perks, but like...
I was scared for him for a second there. Actually, VK Gaming have decided to Skyward dive, but they were like literally right next to Final Start there, as Final Start were trying to chase down outside. They were kind of like tunnel visioning a little bit. Luckily for them, VK Gaming decided that they actually wanted to make their rotate instead of shoot them in the side, because that could have been very dangerous indeed. But VK Gaming will get themselves set up inside of the pyramid behind Sito Station.
Yep. Couple teams pulling into Sito now. As you said, Final Star will probably be behind them. Any of those teams that have the Bloodhound have the opportunity to try and grab that survey beacon, but it's a risky one, especially if you don't have Gibby. I mean, you can try and get your bang to smoke it off, but teams are still probably going to have a crack at you.
Hot shots happening. Actually, quite a lot of good shots in there from Asia. That G7 Scout was doing the work. Fong Yong Kung definitely not shying away from this one. Kind of holding the W key a little bit. Here's T4.
Outside, they actually did manage to get that scan off over at Sito Station, so Very good info for their next rotation. Super valuable.
Well, final start. Hold up in the position that T4 want to rotate through or past or maybe go into themselves. That is going to dissuade T4 from pushing their way forward, at least for the moment. Bangor will provide a bit of space. I mean, they're not shying away from this fight at all, are they? Doesn't seem like a particularly valuable area of the map to be fighting over, though.
I mean, the ring does end right about there, so you know, if there was a spot to gatekeep, it would kind of make sense.
T4 have to be careful. They've got no credit behind them, which, to be fair, is just a duo. Looks like no credit are not interested anyway. They're going to be rotating away, continuing their journey down southward.
Playing a little sneaky beaky like.
Not too much for T4 to really do here. I don't know that they're going to achieve a whole lot. Unix was knocked. VK Gaming turning our attention in their direction. They are having to hide from those bow shots that are coming through. It's SWQ's turn to get into the mix. The beast of the hunt here for Yuling, providing all the info that's needed, but it's just not going to be enough because outside hold strong inside of their building.
Trying to push into the caustic building. Yeah, look, that's going to be a tough one. You got the drills, but if time is not on your side, I think advantage goes to the caustic team there. Ooh, very much on top of the mill, actually. We're getting a pull, so Dreamfire still hold up inside. MDY Black in the northern building, and then you've got AGL sitting down in the survey beacon building. All of those within ring 5. Con is actually just pulling the med kit. He's got Savior in front of him and Cheeky behind him, by the way. Cheeky's actually just been taken out by Final Start on the backside, so this means Savior gets the chance to have the 1v1 at the very least. But he knows that there's another team about to wrap him because they've taken down Cheeky, so he's just got to try and get out. See, this is interesting, right? Savior actually picked both of the Burglar's best friend, like the bracelet tactical upgrades. Because obviously he knows he's probably going to have to try and, you know, just get him out there. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Probably if you were playing with a full team, you wouldn't be choosing those upgrades. But again, he's just got to play to the only option he's got available to him here.
Yeah, it do be like that sometimes, I guess. What can you do? MDY White focusing on getting the revive at the moment. Caustic back up in action. Red armor, all good in the hood. And final start. 3 sets of red as well, so this is a pretty decent start to their campaign in the 5th game of the second lobby. Looking for an aerial rotate. Beast of the Hunt in play as well, so lots of info available for Tree Cleaner. Doesn't spot anyone, so decides this is going to be the position that we're going to send it into. Up on top of God Rock. Still another team to focus on. That is causing a couple of problems. It's MXF that's up there. Not a bad spot for MXF to be, actually. They've got the Newcastle, they've got the Watson, so they've got some of that cover that they can set up, but Zone is going to push them off soon.
I mean, they're still on double white.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
I mean, you got red, red, purple here, and then MXF still looking for that damage.
Yeah, looking pretty dire potentially for them in the long term, but for now it's VK Gaming that we have to worry about, and they are going to be able to get this res. The team hanging around above them, but seems like they're going to coexist for the moment at least. Mill finish. Love a good mill finish. It's another one of those zones that finishes with a lot of verticality involved, a lot of nooks and crannies. The mill can kind of hold a lot of teams in it. You can have a team inside, you can have a team or two on top, and you got multiple rooms actually inside of that final ring that will also still be in play, so might actually have quite the explosive finish.
Care package comes in. Who's going to be the Bangalore man enough to go down and grab that? Who's going to be brave? AGL just before used their crypto and popped survey beacon. Sorry, no they didn't. Someone did. Someone with a crypto drone went for that. Just about the right time. Now we're seeing the evac towers go up and people have to make those decisions. Ah, it was MGY White. That makes sense, actually.
They've gone up and then they've gone straight back down. Like, it's not even barely worth the rotate on the balloon, but it's alright. They're actually still all alive, so not... Again, you can question the method, you can't question the result for MDY. The thing is, I think they're looking for an opening to actually make their proper rotate, and this is going to be it, as the zone really does now force them to go across. X and Y are going to try to defend their pocket of safety inside of the mill, but they're going to have to reset first. Bats are on offer. Pretty good.
Okay. Casualty just making it here. To MXF. Yeah, oh god, they're trying to deal with this Forstical. It's very tough here. X and Y melt them up. Yeah, I mean, look, they were on Whites way too late into the game there, I think. Honestly, you have to try and get a bit more poke in than that. Otherwise, you are going to be fodder.
Not so the case for final start. Not quite set up inside the next zone though, and they are going to have a bit of a path to forge. A gauntlet to run. There's like five teams on their side of the mill. 4 teams on the other side of the mill. VK Gaming have kind of got the only position outside of the mill that might actually be playable. It's like the rocks kind of to the south of mill in the middle.
Like a fern to hide in if maybe your opponents haven't turned their graphics down.
Yeah, make sure you've got your green skins on, so your extra camo.
AGL sitting on the other side of the rock. No evacs available to them though.
Yeah. But they have a Gibby.
True.
And they have a Trident.
Makes everything better. Oh my god, they're actually gone. Alright, bubble rotate!
Here we go. Oh, you just saw it for a second there on the screen. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Where are they going? Oh, well, they're going to have to fight for it now. I don't even know. They're in the thick of things. Tom Yum Kung. Ace of the Hunt's going to be popped, and that is a lot of damage coming down from Ziki, who's doing everything he can. It was fun while it lasted for AGL, but it didn't last very long.
I love it. The boost at the right time to get on top of the mill was brilliant.
Sometimes you just got to send. Just got to send. No credit, manage a 9th, which is not too shabby as a duo. Look at that. Look at that Trident. It's looking delicious. Surely somebody's got to get in that and drive it somewhere.
I mean,
Maybe
it's
not.
perfect cover on the roof. Like, that's... Wow.
But Prowler's doing some work right now for Pete God. Wonton Dumpling sitting in 3rd overall for the lobby. That's more than enough to take first for the season. They're going to continue to fight for more.
I mean, I don't know what the Trident's made out of, but you can't get a bullet through it, so it's worth its weight in gold in these end circles.
Damn. Shots from XD. RE45. What do you reckon? You a fan of the RE45?
I am enjoying it. I like, especially in Bangalore meta. You know, assuming of course you have the hammer points on it. Without the hammer points, yeah, not so great. But yeah, the fact that you can chuck a digi on it and put some hammer points as well, yes, I think it's good. I don't think it's overtuned by any means.
Who's getting respawn in the middle of this as well? There was an EMP that landed right on top of that respawner too. MTY White, big spray with the alternator. Isn't quite going to be enough to finish things off. Asia and Dexter running into some problems, so Tom Yum Kung we might see exiting the field fairly shortly. But I like this so far from MDY White. Ziki's holding on, but not for long, and that is the end of Tom Yum Kung.
MDY Black actually didn't know he was there, almost lined them up with the Arc Star stick. There's a little bit of griefing coming through there.
Still got the 5 teams alive. Late stages now as the ring is just going to continue to close on in, and there's like 5,000 Bangalore ultis at the same time. Oh, it's just
X
it's
and
like
Y! X and Y just got entirely cleaned up by Bang ults, I'm pretty sure.
They got carpet bombed. Like, there was no other way around it. They just got absolutely... But there was nowhere they could go. They just could not go anywhere.
The Blitzkrieg.
It do be like it. Well, MDY Black inside of the mill. They're going to have to go. Morgenstern hoping desperately to get that med off, and will. And here's the push. First player down. It's Feiju. He's going to have to be the sacrificial lamb, and Wonton Dumpling. Oh, they've set up the crossfire. There's just no getting past that. 3 squads remain, but Wonton Dumpling looking very healthy indeed. Jackie Chan starting to take some damage, but it's not going to matter. Wonton Dumpling, way too strong, way too solid. Full sets of reds. They get it done.
And, you know, they were in 3rd place. Winning this probably sets them up to, look to A, win the lobby, and B, look to win the group stages.
Yeah. I think they've already pretty much won the group stages with the performance they've put in today so far. But obviously, it's about crossing your T's, dotting your I's. And I know someone that loves the alphabet. That's you.
That's me. We love that. We love spelling. And speaking of some alphabets, you know, we saw, was it a bird? Was it a plane? No, it was AGL flying on a trident, leaving, you know, some nice cover there for Tom Young Kun right at the end. But unfortunately, you know, being swung there, I think it was by MDY Black. You know, I had high hopes for Dreamfire. It was another nice zone pull for them, you know, coming straight to their landing spot. But unfortunately, they got bullied out and being down for a joy for a little while there. But again, Elfish, a massive game from Wonton Dumpling. We've obviously touched on it a fair few times. You know, they are very high up in the leaderboard, but, you know, they want to get these wins. They want to take some more points because this can push them over the top of Legends Gaming. They only need 14 series points, and I think from these games alone, they might have done that.
Yeah, I think so. But there you go. This is exactly what you're talking about with AGL. You just see that bubble flying over the top of the mill. It's not something you'll see every day. See it and weep, really. But yeah, what you're talking about with Wonton Dumpling, it's not just about winning this lobby, and it's not just about winning the season. It's also about putting yourself in the best possible position going into next week too. Even if you have an absolute stinker of a final lobby, and let's say just absolutely book every game, don't get any points, you probably still from that position take a top 8 and take one of the international spots to go and play overseas, which is really, again, at the end of the day, what teams are looking for. So there's every incentive to continue to push here, and you know, I guess you've got to also take it as some match practice. So every single game matters. Everything is going to give you a little bit of an extra benefit probably going into next week, where obviously once the chips are down, hopefully you've got the fundamentals rolling. And yeah, I mean, it's definitely looking like it's rolling quite nicely for Wonton Dumpling at the moment.
Exactly, huge there. Total of 60 points. You know, is that a kill points? Is that 28 for them? And that is absolutely insane. You know, we're so used to them sort of steamrolling and taking out a lot of kill points, but I feel like that is exceptional. It's one of our highest kill points of this week, and I think maybe even overall. But you know, they're no shy to a fight. If they have a chance to third party, they will definitely be there. We have noticed that they're playing a little bit more smart. Sometimes they steamroll too hard and it costs them, you know, the win. So you know, we see them sit about 5th, 4th, etc. But yeah, this time round they were not stopping. But another great performance there by AGL. You know, like we said, we haven't seen too much of them, but this week alone, they've definitely solidified, you know, those top kind of spots. 47 points for them. And again, MXF doing extremely well. Usually they were battling up with Dreamfire, but to have them in 3rd, great stuff. And there's the flying trident we love to see.
This was a full send as well. That's like a ramp, you know. I don't know if you were like kind of like a sick lad as a kid, you know, but I used to make some ramps in the front yard with my scooter, and that's exactly what they looked like. And that's exactly what I looked like as well. I was that trident, but in a 6-year-old kid's body.
Absolutely.
on a scooter.
We're born in the same year, I'm pretty sure. You know, we didn't have a lot of things to, you know, we didn't have a lot of gaming consoles to play inside.
No.
So we were making sick ramps, chalk, you know, things on the road and doing whatever we can with our bicycles. I sure as hell made a couple of ramps and had some, I guess, bad outcomes, kind of like AGL did as well, where you just full send and it doesn't go your way. But you know what? Sometimes these, you know, these teams have to make big risks just to sort of solidify themselves somewhere. It was a bit of a risk, and you know who was waiting on the other end? That was Tom Young-kun, and then you know they had some nice little cover there on the top of Mill.
Yeah, we sort of mentioned they had a bit of a difficult spot to play from, so you kind of have to just play that risk versus reward, and unfortunately not much you can do but send it.
Exactly right, and that was just our game number 5. We're going to take ourselves a little short break. I hope you enjoyed the action thus far, and we will see you shortly.
Ignite is going to do it. They are your champions. Dark Zero is going to be your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back. It's been another big day for Apex South as we are in the final week of our group matches. This being the last game for our groups B versus C and the last game before regional finals. You know, we obviously know who's out in front and who have solidified their spot for next week. Elfish, it might be hard, but tell us or take us through who really needs this next game to go well to get one of those spots for next week.
Yeah, I think I would have to have a look at the overall standings if I really wanted to 100% it. But SWQ, I think with the win that they got earlier on, are probably going to be okay to hold on to their position. They came in at 18th at the start of this lobby. They seem like they're going to be pretty okay. VK Gaming, I think, should probably still be okay to make it all the way to next week as well. Even though they haven't had exactly the greatest of lobbies here, I think they'll probably still do enough to just hold on. They were only a couple of points behind Overlooked Entertainment, so they would Really only need a couple of points out of this lobby to at least overtake them. So it's probably VK Gaming. War Monster Firebird, I think, have done okay. They should be able to lock things in as well. So probably going to be seeing Overlooked Entertainment falling off of a peg and maybe VK Gaming replacing them. But yeah, I guess without having seen the overall standings, it's something that we can only really sort of speculate at the moment. Wonton Dumpling, though, at the other side of the scoreboard, I suppose, is the team to talk about here as well. And it looks like they are going to do enough to actually secure first place at the end of all of the regular season games. But then obviously we have the finals games next week, which could potentially do some moving and shaking. But yeah, it's been a great night from them here. First and fourth, as well as a sixth there. The only real game they miss out on is game number 4, where they took that 18th place. But even in the previous lobby, which we caught earlier on this afternoon, they finished second there. So it's been a very successful evening for them.
That's it. You know, they're not stopping. You know, even though they do have one of these spots, they want that first spot. So they're not going to slow down whatsoever, even going into this 6th match. But yeah, I believe just to touch back on VK Gaming, you know, they've been sitting under the top 10 spots lately. So they might need to pull out something within this last game just to sort of definitely solidify that top 20 spot. They were doing really well at the start, and then they've kind of slowed down a little bit from now. But one of your favorite things, Elfish, you know, we've been watching the poor DNZ player by themselves, so we know exactly why their their ratting time is at the top there.
Yeah, that's pretty sad, isn't it? What are you going to do?
36 minutes.
You know, what I want to know, though, from the production team is how they chose Valkyrie as the picture, because this guy's been on, like, every single Legend, basically. We saw him on Mirage last game, Pathfinder the game prior, Valkyrie on World's Edge. So I'm kind of interested, actually, to see what XQ is going to pick up here for the last game of the night. What you want to make a bet? What do you reckon it's going to be?
I don't know. I feel like did Pathfinder went maybe a little bit better for them, or did they get knocked out quick? I can't remember, but I know
Pathfinder went a bit better, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like them playing Valk, they got found incredibly quick, so I think maybe we might even see a Pathy again. Like, you just need that character to be able to launch your way from the squad. I also wanted to touch on their Savior, you know, being a part of a duo and then going down to a solo, but still managing to collect a kill point, I think, from one of the teams rotating around one of the rocks there close to Barometer. So, you know, seeing that sort of play, you know, Saviour's doing extremely well, not only ratting, but also collecting a couple of kill points along the way, being one of our duos competing today. So excellent job by Saviour.
Yeah, indeed. Look, I tell you what, I guess we've got a bit of time to talk about things for the moment. Apparently it was an Octane. So,
okay, I'm incredibly happy about that because I am a Jumpy Boy main, so this is just blessing for my heart. Did they change it? Please change it back if you can hear me, universe. I need more Octanes. Look, Octane's kind of useless throughout a lot of these matches, but you know what? Hopefully they can have a little bit of fun. But you know what? That's totally fine. Hopefully, you know, I always wanted Octane Elfish to come back into meta. You know, we had the Rev Octane meta, which a lot of people hated. I know playing as an Octane myself, I hated when a Rev was on my team because I felt like it was a dirty play, so I felt a bit embarrassed, you know, and obviously having the skill tree changes here, you know, thick skin and reckless. I potentially picked thick skin. You know, Octane has his stim, which is obviously used for movement. Taking less stim damage is kind of crucial for this type of character. You know, taking less explosive damage as an Octane, you shouldn't really be in that vicinity anyway. You know, and having the stim, you usually be able to avoid nades easier than other characters. So I personally pick thick skin. So that's kind of good. And then you know, you've got airborne agility, which is just changing direction on the jump pad. But you know, most M&K players can tap strafe anyway. So having mad hops, which gives you a jump pad, is probably the crucial pick when you're playing Octane. But you know, you're not going to see any of these pros play this character. Just me.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I tend to agree with you. I mean, I think in particular the stim, like, there's almost no argument really to be made as to why would you want to take 25% less damage from nades. Like, think about over the course of the game how much damage you're going to be taking from the stim rather than the nades. It's just like a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Almost.
So we're just going to cut you off there. We're going to take a short little break while all these teams get ready for our final match.
Look, I mean, this has been the most competitive year of Apex. Who is going to be the team to challenge the titans of TSM.
From legacy to a dynasty, it is now complete for TSM. TSM up in the skies, how's look down from the heavens! London belongs to TSM! But Dark Zero are losing! They're taking damage, but no! Here comes Zero! Zero! The captain! The icons of his Dark Zero are your champions! I think we're starting to see a bit of a rivalry develop in Apex Legends. As these trophies just keep going back and forth. Dark Zero, TSM, it's always one of those two teams. Unbelievable final we've had here today.
Horrifying fall and eliminating TSM as the first team to go in the log and fourth.
Optic Gaming might be about to break records. Dropped. Tries to move in and clean up the pieces. Optic will fall.
TSM are your Game 6 champions.
And TSM. This is going to be SAF versus TSM in the final fight. A chance for legacy to become a dynasty with a hostile takeover. TSM are your champions.
Do you fear me, pilot?
I don't fear anything. Can you say the same?
And welcome back, everybody. You know, nice to see a couple of clips there from LAN. Elfish, we have had Moist Esports and Dark Zero, some Aussie teams sort of dominate in NA at the moment. I don't know if you saw the scoring recently just came out. You know, and we've obviously got some exceptional teams here in Apex South. Our region is crazy. We obviously don't know where LAN is, but what do you think about bringing LAN to Down Under?
Oh, I mean, I would love to see it. I think that's wishful thinking, to be quite honest with you. If we're going to get it in our region somewhere, it's probably a little bit more north than at least us here in AU. You know, maybe somewhere in Thailand, Japan, something like that. That could go pretty hard. Korea maybe as well. I've seen a lot of players from Korea as well. So some food for thought. I don't know if there's anyone watching that could potentially influence those decisions. So I mean, look, to be fair, it would be great to have an event in AU, but I think there's a couple of regions that probably do.
It's because our internet sucks, isn't it? That's why you say, you know, we got the we invented Wi-Fi, but our internet's terrible.
Tell you what, it's a long way to travel. So I don't know how much you've traveled, but every time we get players from overseas coming to Australia, they always say, "Oh, it's so far." Like, mate, that's like literally every day for me, you know? Like, if I have to step on a plane, I'm there for 12 hours at least. So I don't know what you guys are complaining about with your 5-hour transfer between one European country to another European country. It's not fair. Anyway, besides the point, I'm getting a little bit...
That's it. You know, I've done the London trip, and it's like a 24-hour journey for us. So, you know, having land there twice has been kind of crazy for us. But, you know, yeah, I would love something in Japan, you know, as we have no idea where it's going to be. But I feel like Japan, you know, just having I think it was the Apex Festival recently, you know, and just seeing the crowd there and the way that they actually have everything set up, even the cosplays and stuff. I don't know if you checked them out, but it was really nice to see even the B stream go over there. But I feel like, you know, having it in Japan, especially for APAC North and APAC South, you know, we've always had to travel so far, would be awesome. You know, a lot of our teams are hitting, you know, the tops of the leaderboards. So give us a piece of the pie and bring it over this side.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, look, it'd be lovely to see. It would be, definitely. But it's going to be a case of what can you possibly do, you know, right? There's like a lot of, what's the word? It's getting late. I'm running out of words. But there's a lot of things you have to think about when you're trying to run an event. And logistics, that's the word. I'm looking for logistics, okay? There's a lot of logistics when it comes to... running an event. And so I think getting one in AU might be a few years down the track, let's just say that.
Yeah, and welcome back, G Gnome. How you doing there? You know, it's been a big day for us to get into the little kissy face, you know. You've got to do this, and then you've got to do a whole nother lot of casting for NA. You know, we were just discussing how a lot of NA teams have just been absolutely obliterated by some of our Aussie teams, okay? But how are you feeling going into match number 6?
match number 6, mate. I've got 6 more hours. Not even, actually. It's probably like another, 12, 15. I don't know, man. It's, I love Apex. There's a lot of Apex happening. What I'd like to see something out of Game 6. Sure, yeah, I'd like to see the first bonus point in Apex South. So if Wonton Dumpling, I don't think they can get the 50 points ahead, but they can get the 3 wins. So if they take a dub here, that is a bonus point for Wonton Dumplings. And I was asking someone earlier today, I don't think, for confirmation, I don't think we've had a bonus point so far.
I don't think so.
Yeah, no, I don't actually feel like we had, but, even that bonus point, they're still going to solidify that win. But, yeah, we always want extra, right? We want these little things to pop up here. But, yeah, having a look at going into the bonus points, like you said, they're not probably going to get the 50 points ahead, from another team being in first place. But, yeah, they having the first, 2 wins, sorry, they do have the potential to win this match as well. And then, yeah, be rewarded that bonus split point.
I think the way they've been playing today as well, you can say there's every opportunity that they might actually win that final game. They were pretty consistent in the previous lobby, the A and C lobby, and they've done pretty well so far in this lobby. I guess, right, two games out of 4, or 2 games out of 5 is a pretty good shout, so pretty happy with that. And then they got themselves 1 win in the previous lobby as well. So how many games have they even played today? 6, 11. They've won 3 out of 11. It's not a bad conversion rate.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if you could take us through the split points. So obviously, it's about 25 for first, and then so on and so forth. So we were sort of looking at VK Gaming. They're sitting in about 15th place at the moment, and they're needing to just get like a couple of points there to push them over the top 20, I believe. So what does that convert into split points? If you can riddle the math for me.
5 for 15th.
Yeah, so, I mean, it depends on how some of these other teams above them go, right? Like War Monster Firebird, SWQ, that sort of stuff. But, Overlook, they've already, I think, would have done enough to get past Overlook, which, that bumps them up into 20th place. So then it becomes a question of, like, where does no credit come? Obviously, they're playing as a duo today. Seems pretty unlikely that they'll make it in. They're probably just hoping that they don't get into relegation territory. So if they stay 21, 22nd, you're safe from that. And then you've got other teams like DNZ below them. DNZ apparently just playing with their analyst today. Obviously, that's not much help. Full Engage, a duo below them. Final Start is probably and T4, like the teams below them, and they're like 15 to 20 points lower, right? So, there's actually a pretty damn good chance the VK Gaming make it in.
Yeah, and if you have a look at this, Watson here, Elfish, why don't you take us through, the bit of the skill tree? Watson's quite a big pick on Storm Point.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually kind of surprising to me that we've even got the 33-67 split for the level 2 Evo. Revive allies to 50 HP. I mean, that's, I guess, situationally useful, but I feel like the Falling Stars perk was the one that we expected pretty much everyone to be going towards. As far as for your level 3 Evo, it's pretty 50-50, and I guess that comes down to personal preference as to how you expect to be playing your positions. Are you feeling like you're in a position where you're going to have to maybe drop more alternator pylons, or do you think you're going to get more value out of the single one that you can place? So that potentially is a game-to-game kind of a base. That will change on a game-to-game basis, that level 3 Evo, but at least the level 2 I'm surprised to see.
Yeah, and it was kind of cool to see the Falling Stars one being shown. I think you guys were saying there was a couple of teams playing a little bit of hot potato. You collect the Arc Stars from the gen and then sort of throw them back. So that was just simultaneously happening with Watson. But I do feel like, selecting the recovery HP, generally Watson will place the pylon down to deflect any incoming nades and get the res. So I am actually a little bit shocked those stats have less of the HP healing.
Yeah, I think me too as well. Like, the effect that has on your economy as far as meds go is huge. And also just makes you more survivable, right? Like, I think back to that game in Survey Camp where we were following around Legends Gaming, and they were trying to get pylon up after pylon. And even just buying you like 5 or 10 seconds that they have to throw a few extra bullets into to try and get rid of your pylon, honestly makes a big difference. That could be the difference between a bang ult coming down and stunning your entire team and you guys staying alive.
Yeah, exactly right. Obviously we're about to head into game number 6, just figuring out some stuff, but Well, you know what? I think I just nailed it on the head. Let's head into game number 6. I called it early. Let's take it away. This is the final match.
Oh, thank God we've made it. It was a bit of a journey to get here, but we did make it into the final game, indeed, of the night. It is match number 6 of the B and C lobby. It's, of course, Storm Point. And it's the final opportunity for teams to get their extra points on the board before the final week begins. And that'll be next Sunday. So lots to think about, lots to mull over in the coming week. And hopefully lots of prac getting done in that week as well. Because, I mean, when we get into that final lobby, 8 spots up for grabs.
8 spots. Not many of them will be decided. Some will, though. By the end of today, we will have most likely a couple of teams locked in for LAN. There's definitely some that are all but locked in at the moment, like Legends Gaming, Wonton Dumpling as well. Will probably be a mathematical certainty.
Yep. Yeah, it usually gets to that point at the end of the season for a couple of teams, which is a nice reward for their hard work that they've put in. MDY White, big fan. This is my drop location, Stormcatcher. Always been a big fan of Stormcatcher.
Yeah.
Tends to get a little bit busy sometimes in the old pubs, but, you know, pretty good fun.
I feel like you can generally get your contest done pretty quickly in Stormcatcher, at least. Like, it kind of funnels you all in together.
Yeah. Yeah, but the issue is people just sometimes drop off the top, and then they're kind of running all over the place. And then, like, you know, do you want to drop to chase them? In which case you kind of give up control of Stormcatcher or whatever. So it's a bit of a decider that you have, it's a decision that you have to make, but not so much necessarily in comp. MDY Black over on the other side toward Cascade Falls, getting themselves set up as well. And there's Bill.
Okay, you've named them all.
Yep. Observers are having fun tonight, aren't they?
They are. We all are. We all are. Hope everyone in the audience is having fun too. We certainly are. Lace is now because we've got an Octane on the field.
How long is that going to last, though, I wonder? Perhaps not very long.
Depends how fast he can go. I mean, honestly, like, as a solo trying to get away, like, getting mad hops and getting the second jump pad actually probably helps you quite a bit.
Oh yeah, it could be worse. Definitely.
Where's he random dropped? Oh, okay, he's gone. Actually, that's not a bad shout. He's gone up towards like the wall. I think he was looting like the little oranges to the west of Zoo Station, and there he comes past. Actually, grabs a few Evo harvesters on the way as well. So yeah, there's a chance. You're saying there's a chance?
There's a chance. We'll engage as a duo. Not sure I'm really liking their chances. Guess you just got to keep on keeping on when you're in that kind of a situation. They are inside of the zone at the moment. The second zone shift will kind of fall in a similar capacity to one we saw earlier today, where it's like sort of half pylon, half sort of launch pad area. We're not sure exactly where it'll end up going.
Yep. Oh, 2 Mad Maggies. Okay. Boogie Board is sitting in 14th place right now. Uncharacteristic for them.
Oh, speaking of Mad Maggie, we're going to get some Mad Maggie action straight off of the bat. Con immediately knocked. It will be a trade, though, onto SWQ, who are somewhat getting the better of this fight. Now it actually does come down to Donut on the Maggie. Arcstar's getting tossed on through. They're going to cause some problems. Flesh shots, and the shots are starting to miss. Donut choking a little bit under the pressure, but gets it done in the end. D4 by the skin of their teeth are going to survive.
I don't know what that the hop was
SWQ,
mid-fight there, though. Jumping to like completely destroy your accuracy mid-spray. Not sure about that one.
Panic or a fat finger, who knows?
A little bit. Worked out anyway. The double arc stars to force him out behind the up short. It was nice though.
We got the Horizon ulti toss on in here as well. Boogie Borders 14th place for this lobby. That seems really quite uncharacteristic, but has not been their night, and it seems that that may potentially continue here as well. They are doing a little better in this engagement though, and final start yeah, certainly bit off more than they can chew. Because it was Final Start that chose to start that fight.
Alright, well, we got Kill Devil kind of pulling up on them, actually. So, Boogie Boarders, yeah, they should be able to get this med kit off, and then they will have reset in time. So, that's nice. They'll be pulling up with the scan in just a second, though. They hear the noise and scan just to see what's going on. So both teams very much well aware of the situation. Now all bowling through the window says that's the ticket.
Double. Kind of needs to help Bolin out a little bit because he's kind of taking that fight on his own. Boogie Boarders, surely not. Surely it doesn't keep going like this. Nice movement, but Raki still on the chase, is going to catch up. Needs a little bit of helping hand though, because that health is getting relatively low for Raki. Fussy with a big spray. Gets one more and finishes it off as well. Boogie Boarders are really running the gauntlet this game, but they are getting the job done, at least at the moment.
They're sick. They're tired of it. They need some points on the board. They want to play the game. And no one inting them is going to stop them here in Game 6.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if they keep running into issues, then maybe. But yeah, I mean, this has been a good start, definitely. Gone from 14th to 9th in the space of 2 fights.
Yeah. I mean, remember, it was a close lobby, right? There's a lot of teams, you know, not that far ahead of them. You got Warmaster 5, but actually, no. Okay, maybe that was 2 games ago. Now there's a 10-point gap for them to jump 2 places. That's actually kind of rough.
10-point gap, though, is... I mean, it's achievable.
It is.
Big congregation of teams around Launchpad. You miss the Launchpad finishes. Don't feel like we get many of those anymore. Team up on that sniping platform always used to be fun to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, Circle actually pulls pretty middle. A lot of mountain in this one. And I think, honestly, yeah, still the chance to probably pull back either way. More likely to Launchpad, though.
Well, I think you might be surprised when you see where that next zone's going to go. Teams might be as well. X and Y struggling in this particular lobby. On the southern side of the zone, they've got actually a fair bit of free space in front of them to work.
These southern zones, Dreamfire like wrapping and just trying to clear out some teams because, you know, often you'll get zones that just pinch behind the mountains, and so you can't really run away. There's not a lot of lateral movement. You can push forward and fight, or you can go back. And they can really force people into these situations. So Dreamfire looking to clean up down there as Heroes get cleaned up there by Johnny Bang.
All sorts of problems for them, and Dreamfire are causing all sorts of problems as well for MXF, who I believe are down to just 1 player left. And that is Artorius, who is running away. So that's a small win for Dreamfire already.
Well on his way.
VK Gaming. I mean, 15th place might actually be enough to get them inside of the top 20, but they'd want to be doing a little better than that just to ensure things. So a rough go of things, though, in this particular game. They've already lost 1 member who's crawling back inside to potentially get revived.
Yeah, it should be fine, though. It's full engaged. The 1 member left alive for them. Has had to full heal underneath the building, though. Now on the hunt. Okay, how far are they going to go to try and get him? Oh, he's getting crossfired. He's done for. Absolutely done for.
Full engage out of the pick shot. This building that VK Gaming is fighting over right now is potentially going to be a pretty pivotal point in the next zone.
It's just like that other game I think we saw earlier today, actually. The zone's a little bit more readable than that one, but yeah, you know, in terms of how important that building is, very similar. DF have actually just made an evac tower rotate. I'm getting stressed for Boogie Boarders again. Ooh. They might have to... It's yet another boss they've got to take on here.
Are they going to get landed on as well by War Monster Firebird? They are. So Dreamfire outside, War Monster Firebird on the other side, and Boogie Boarders in the middle. This is, again, another very big test for Boogie Boarders, and we can hear how they answer that challenge with listening.
They chilled, I think. The other team's going up the hill, maybe? Yeah, I think so.
Might be.
They did. We might be able to fuck with this team. Maybe. Wait, they're getting fucked up there. They might come back. Scanning them so they don't peek. I don't want them to, like, pressure us.
Smoked us.
I don't have dog for ages.
Yeah.
We can't fight. There's the team just sitting in the corner.
Just sitting.
Where does this go?
Should we just go up the hill?
Almost cracked blood.
Nice.
They're gonna pull us out, or does it keep pulling back?
We just pull it out.
Alright, hopefully. Otherwise we're kind of fucked.
It's fine.
Where's
I
this
fucking
team
care. I saw out there. It's fucking 14 around here. Unless that's just a solo up on the hill.
No, it's a whole squad. There's the team that ran up from the right.
You're getting 2 out there.
No, it was the other ones were on the left, unless they try to keep moving.
There's one guy up here.
The one on the left.
I think it's not one team.
Yeah, no, it should be. They're just, I don't know what they're doing right now. They maybe slid down. They're not in scan range right now.
Okay.
Can we maybe, how many nades have we got?
Almost good
I have
one.
none. Smoking.
I have a few. I don't have dogs still.
I have ult and 10%.
I have
crossed the goal.
3 nades. I have 3 nades. I'm gonna scan. They're not gonna have it for a while. I'm 85 to dog. I'm peeking out the back to make sure.
Yeah. Someone's probably gonna walk up behind them.
Yeah, no, but I want to see if I can get rid of them. I can nade spam if you want to.
I can cross the goal.
Do you want to? Or no?
I mean,
Or no?
we get thirded instantly, do we not? Like,
We don't have to
the
int
team's
it. I'm
just
just using
there.
util.
We don't
And then
have
we won't.
util.
And we won't have cross score
Okay.
around age.
Child
Like, there's
rifle.
still a team behind them, so like, they have to care about the team behind them, and then we ult spam them when they fucking look back way.
Get some more traps down.
Backwards.
Evac, by the way, from somewhere. I'm not sure where. Kind of scared of getting charged up there.
There's still.
Oh, interesting calls there. We're actually sort of like, you know, cheating and looking at the map while they're making all those calls. Not gonna lie, Fussy was getting a lot of stuff right, talking about where the zone's gonna pull, where those other teams around them had rotated to. So yeah, look, Fussy definitely got his finger on the pulse right now. We'll see if the team listens to him or not, though. Obviously, Raki's the IGL. You know, I think it was probably a good call from Raki to say hold off on the util for the moment. Wait for the zone to come in. I think that's probably a better time, you know, a higher percentage play in terms of getting some KP out of that util.
I just want to check in with XQ from DNZ once again, our Octane superstar. Still alive, keeping himself healthy for the moment, hiding outside of the ring, trying to stay under the radar, but yeah, keeping in the game, which is kind of cool to see. Yeah, Boogie Boarders trying to show a little bit more presence here with Fussy on the roof. He's actually the one that's going to be on the receiving end of some shots. AGL are also under the pump, and Jackie just getting sieged by the caustic gas will be finished off. Now it's time for Boogie Boarders to come alive once again, and can they run through the gauntlet another time? Already Raki on the floor. Wants the Firebird, though, quickly finish off, and so that should be a quick res attempt for Boogie Boarders. They get the scan, which will show that no one's pushing in their direction. Wonton Dumpling with some big problems as well. They are going to get eliminated, so no bonus point tonight for them, but still a very successful campaign today.
Yeah, absolutely sense there. XQ, no, he got scanned by the crypto drone. That's not fair. Oh, look, he picked up a placement point. Oh well, he's close to picking up another one as well. Boogie Boarders, good reset from them there, as you said. Now they're pushing more, going for some kills. They've got the duo of no credit above them. That's a bit of a wild card, because they're winning this fight handily. But now, can they turn around and take out Savior and Cheeky?
I think they might be able to. They've only got the blue armors to work with here, as no credit. Good damage being done on the climb, but it just won't be enough. As you mentioned, Boogie Boarders pretty healthy with those shields, but another third party to come through here. It's Tom Young Kung, who are really only a duo. They're not really trying to commit to this fight.
Perfect bang ult,
Kind of
though.
just having a looking.
The bang ult actually makes Tom Young couldn't push back. Are they going to get the res off? They've got the gold knock. The evac is up.
Fussy's up. Fussy is up.
They're trying to run it in, but they have to run it in at half health and also beat Tom Young Kung. Almost an impossible task.
Yeah, Panna's already been dropped. Raki and Fussy are going to be doing their best, but it just seems like a doomed task at this point in time. Look at what Raki has to deal with. He has come out of the zone right in front of a couple of Tom Yum Kung members. Now it's all on to Fussy, who's kind of hiding out in the zone at the moment, but gets tagged up by a caustic barrel and finished off. That's the end of Boogie Borders. Tom Yum Kung, for their own right, are going to get punished for that overzealousness toward the edge of the zone, because now that they move their way in, they also suffer the same fate, and it is just Asia left as the last man standing.
That was a really poor play by them. I mean, they had every opportunity to pull back into zone and try and find a spot themselves, and they've just died for maybe 1 or 2 KP. I don't think it's worth it, honestly.
Well, it's another one of those situations where you have to say you reap what you sow. And for Tom Yum Kung, that might be the end of their night, more or less. I don't know that Asia's going to get too much more done as a solo. MDY White, speaking of, it's the end of theirs. Dreamfire look like they might be able to finish strong here, though. They've got control of the building. Fairly healthy with 3 members alive, 2 sets of purple and a set of red. Use this as a staging ground to make their final push. Very nice rock to be on top of, though, for X and Y.
Nice little spot they've got up the top there. Couple of barrels to block the view. The team in the building down the bottom is outside. Tom Yum Kung, yeah, there we go. Asia's gets finished off. Outside currently sitting in 11th spot. This could be big change of pace for them if they can eke out a win here, but I don't know, it's hard. It's like, it's middle of the zone, but also you're surrounded by high ground. Everyone's probably going to be pumping grenades into there as soon as they can, and they do not have a Watson to stop that. They're even getting Maggie drilled right now.
It's starting to get a little bit worrisome for the team down on the low ground. Outside, they're kind of hiding in that building in the river. Really a building, it's more of a ruin, isn't it? Yeah. But as long as they kind of keep their heads down, they're going to be in a position that they'll be probably able to play the late game. But as soon as someone starts looking in their direction, then there isn't really that much cover to play with.
Not a Flow is literally using his VTOL jets to try and like fly up a meter into the roof to take less damage from arc stars. That's how grim the situation is down there. But look, as long as they can fill the space with caustic gas, barrels, whatever they need to, they might be able to dissuade other teams from coming in there. Because there's 3 teams just squashed up against each other up top, up the north side here, Elfish. You've got SWQ, you've got Dreamfire, and then also VK Gaming. They're a little further down. X and Y, as we earlier said, up on that big rock. They have a great spot, probably the best spot, but we just got to see how much of a beating outside can take.
I mean, they're doing an okay job at the moment, but I think that that run has come to an end as Dreamfire just puts them down and takes their position away from them. Though, with that said, I don't know if this is out of the frying pan and kind of into the fire for Dreamfire. Because now they're the ones that are kind of in the center of the zone, everyone looking at them, though no shots to come through just yet.
I mean, they've got slightly better
armors,
right? I mean, they can take some of the resources from those boxes that outside had there. I mean, I guess the other thing is, hopefully, the other teams have used a lot of their util killing outside and maybe don't have it left to deal with Dreamfire. We'll see if that's true or not.
Oh, it's about to kick off in just a second. Zone is starting to push its way in. VK Gaming going to get pushed off of their high ground shortly. They want to do as much damage as they can before that, but it's X and Y that are really looking like the kings of the hill at the moment, standing tall and proud on top of the rock. There is just nothing that anyone can really do about it. Look at these free shots that they're getting. X and Y are having a fantastic time, and they are certainly going to be at least one of the top 2 teams in this game. It's just going to be about converting it. The game has given them every opportunity to finish with a win, and now it's on them to make sure that they can take that opportunity and run with it.
Barely even rocks. There's pebbles that these teams are hiding behind in this final circle again and again. The Rolling Thunder gets dropped. Cells and bats being used to try and weather that storm. X and Y finally are going to get forced off their perch. Now things even up.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I've called it a little bit too early. X and Y take a lot of damage as they jump off the top. Somehow, they're all still alive. YC will eventually go down to the caustic gas. And it's SWQ now that maybe are looking to be the team to beat. Dreamfire still in the mix as well. BK Gaming haven't been taken out. 3 squads remaining. SWQ down to just 1 member. X and Y relying on JR to save the day.
Yeah, healthy.
And who is on the other side of it but Dreamfire? 2 players against 1. Not too much that JR can do about that. And it's Dreamfire in the end that will hold strong.
Wow, what an effort from our Chinese champions there. Incredible. I mean, you know, we saw outside, we saw how much they were struggling to win in that precarious position, and yet Dreamfire do it. They make it work.
Yeah, we can definitely see why Dreamfire have made it to land before. They're exceptional playing, and guys, we can now finally file split 1 group matches under completed. That was our game number 6 there. I want to touch on a huge kill point game there from the Boogie Boarders. You know, they sat back a little bit in today's matches, but had something like 11 kills before being knocked out at 9th place. So it's kind of nice to see them get themselves back onto the board. You know, huge game here from them. Fortunately, not being able to make it out with, I believe it was Tom Young Kun just sitting them and holding them, you know, on the outskirts there. SWQ also putting in the work, but unfortunately getting knocked out quite early. Elfish, it was nothing short but amazing for our final match.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Boogie Boarders, I think this game actually kind of saved their night a little bit. It was looking pretty dire going into it. 14th for the lobby overall at the start of it, but at one point they were up to 9th. Maybe they got a little higher than that as well. Some nice tracking from Fussy. Look, they did a pretty good job in that final game. It did come to a fairly untimely end, but I think they've done enough, and obviously they were sitting in 6th overall coming into today, just in general for the overall standings. So I think they're in a pretty good spot. Obviously, we'll be seeing them next week in the top 20.
Yeah, and I've been touching a little bit, you know, on BK Gaming. They managed to pull out exceptional placement there, I think, in that final match, placing 3rd. So it's going to be interesting to see where they sort of sit in the leaderboard now. But Genome, let's have a look. Dreamfire out on top.
It was a 14-kill win for Dreamfire, catapulting them up past Wonton Dumpling. A first place for this team who, at the start of the split, we said, where have they gone? What has happened to this team that we know is world-class, that we know has the potential to finish, you know, top 10, top 5 at a LAN? Surely they could be crushing through APAC South, and now we are seeing their return to form from Dreamfire. Behind them, Wonton Dumpling, the ascendant in our scene, picking up a 2nd to mean that they will be on top of our group standings as we go into the final week and the regional finals in just a week's time, Lace.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, they only needed a 14 point in the for the series points just to take themselves on top, and we've been watching that closely. I think they already solidified that in match number 5, so match number 6 was just a little extra gravy on top. But you know what? Let's get into what we really care about, what we've been sitting here watching all this time, and what teams have solidified themselves a spot in the regional finals, the chance to win big. Genome, look at that.
BK Gaming, we've been watching them all day. They just squeak in 50 points. That was about where we thought the cutoff would be as well to make that top 20. And yeah, look, War Monster Firebird just did enough to get in there. MDY Black, honestly, I'm surprised to see that far down. But I guess that just speaks to the quality of the teams above them. No credit. Obviously, they're going to be a little bummed, but coming into today as a duo, it meant that there really wasn't a lot of hope for them to, you know, add to their points total. Overclocked Entertainment, you know, also probably a team that was, has, you know, had a decent season, a decent split, at least by their standards. So they've avoided relegation by getting in 21st spot. We will see them back in Split 2.
Yeah, well, you know, we saw SWQ as well. They were sitting about 18th, you know, which was pretty close to there, and pushing themselves up to 14th was excellent from them as well. And I just wanted to touch on Keep Going Gaming. We didn't really see too much from them today, but managing still to hit that top 20. Elfish, you know, they must have pulled out something crazy in the earlier matches just to keep them above that cusp.
Yeah, just kind of hanging in there, which is kind of all you really have to do. I think getting into the top 20, you know, like obviously it's not the easiest thing to do, but in the grand scheme of things, 20 out of 30 are making it, so you've got more chances than not to make it through to that final lobby. But when we do get into that final lobby, I mean, what a stacked lobby that's going to be. It's going to be a very tough one to compete if you're maybe not quite 100%, so I want to be seeing everyone at their best. I think X and Y in particular was a little bit disappointing toward the back end of tonight. They'll be, I'm sure, working on that over the course of the week to try to come into the final lobby quite strong. But yeah, especially towards that top end, it's looking really quite competitive. So I've got no idea actually who's going to walk away with the win next week. But I guess that'll be a conversation that we do get into next Sunday. But yeah, it feels like there's quite a few teams actually that you could really throw your hat in the ring with.
Do you have any early predictions, Gino, for next week? I know it might be tough, but, you know, I was hoping Boogie Boarders would have done some crazy stuff today, but I feel like they sat on the fence just a little bit. I don't know if it was intentionally or whatnot, and they picked it up in the end, but, you know, a lot of these, you know, we have a lot of passion for these Aussie teams, but, you know, Wonton Dumpling and Legends Gaming just seem to be out in front.
Yeah, they're doing well, but if you want to look at, like, say, first places, Lace, Boogie Boarders actually have the most so far this season. I think, actually, those three teams are probably head and shoulders above the rest at the moment. Wonton Dumpling, Legends Gaming, Boogie Boarders looking extremely strong. If Dreamfire are performing to that level again, maybe you can include them in that conversation. And also Tom Young Kung, I think if they're playing at their best, will you know, push up and compete with some of those guys as well. So they're definitely, you know, 5 teams that I am, you know, very much expecting to make it overseas, to make it into that top 8, to make it to LAN.
Yeah, and Team Burger as well. You know, I've spoken about them a lot. Did a nice little report on them too. They were very close to being knocked out or, you know, not sitting very high in the teams. And I remember speaking to one of them and I was like, you know, what's going on? What do we need to change? And they were, you know, feeling the pressure a little bit. And then after that conversation, you know, we watched, I think it was week 5, we just watched them turn it around. And again, you know, they turned it around this week too. So it's been really cool to see the boys from Team Burger do extremely well. And, you know, I'm not trying to be biased, but I hope they get a spot up there in the top. You know, I feel like they really deserved it. But, you know, we've just had Season 20 happen for Apex Legends. Our professional teams have just had a lot coming for them. Not only, you know, they've got the prize pool, they've got the regional finals next week. They've just had entire changes to Apex. But, you know, we give them one extra week to be able to, you know, get the meta down and get some changes happening. Elfish, do you feel like we're going to see any changes next week, or do you feel like this is kind of the meta cemented at the moment?
I think without any patch changes, like any actual changes to the game, you're probably still going to see things persisting in a fairly similar vein. But if there's any changes that come through that are going to drastically change things up, you know, maybe a perk gets nerfed or buffed here or there, that could actually make a pretty significant difference. I wonder if maybe they're having a look at Bangalore and seeing a lot of Bangalore around and saying maybe this is not something that we're super big fans of. That's a change that could potentially come through. But at least as of now, if no actual changes to the game are made, I don't think things are going to be shaken up all that much.
Yeah, and that's very interesting to see. You know, we've seen some crazy stuff, but let's have a look at all our teams now. We're taking off, you know, about 10 teams, and we're going to see what our top 20 will be for next week, Genome, our regional finals. I'm happy VK Gaming just made it in there. War Monster Firebird made it in there as well. But, you know, all of these teams have done exceptional over the course of Split 1.
Yeah, also, you know, I think to note, we've got no advanced standing here, so no one starts with any points. Doesn't matter what the seeding was, where you placed going into this. Of course, it will carry over, and you still earn split points in the regional final. So the big thing to keep in mind is the team who wins that match point regional finals does get a ticket to LAN, and then the next 7 best placing teams.
Yeah, that's it. So, you know, yeah, we do have match points going into next week. So, you know, we'll touch on that a little bit more and give you all the goss and how we break that down. But, you know, my name is Lace, and this has been the Long Shot production. We've seen exceptional teams just sort of go from, down the bottom of the leaderboard up to the top. We've seen changes in Season 20 where they've had to change entire meta and course throughout everything. We love the passion of our Apex South region, and, we've sent a couple over to NA and they've absolutely shocked the competition, and hopefully we can do that again. But it's been a pleasure hosting for you guys today on the Play Apex channel. With our epic Apex South teams. I want to say a big thank you to the Long Shot production. It wouldn't be anything without the people behind the scene. But of course, nothing without our casters, Genome and Elfish. So thank you so much, guys, for having such an epic day. I hope everyone has themselves an excellent week, and we will see you on the 10th of March for regional finals.